Hello everyone, this is Jamie Lewis, and today we're going to talk about how you can build an online business and scale it to 6 figures, 7 figures, and even 8 figures. This is not theory, this is from experience. It's going to be like this giant projection. I want to lay down everything so you never need to spend any money on coaches or college or trade schools or anything ever again. And we're going to be talking about building a business and then how to use the internet, which is one of the most amazing opportunities for any of us to really do huge things, create amazing freedom in your life. Even better than that, I'm going to also talk about the mindset, which keeps people from doing this. And that's something that we're going to be doing first, but then we're going to be jumping into advanced tactics, everything from time management to your vision, your drive, the business model, the niches. We're going to be talking about hardware, software, how to be really good salesmen. Just in general, we're going to be talking about writing copy, building websites, all these different formats. We're going to be getting into paid traffic, CPA, doing a 7-figure launch, a 7-day to 14-day time span, and being able to bring in more money that you would usually do in the internet business in a year, but being able to bring it in 1 or 2 weeks, okay? And then we're going to be jumping into all the different niches that you can get into and what's the best niche for you. We're also going to be talking about writing books, selling poetry, selling stock photos that you might have taken with your camera, and how to do that non-exclusively so that you make one attempt, one effort, and then it runs on autopilot. We're also going to talk about how to do services, and that's doing a launch or running an online business without an actual product. We're going to talk about how you can replace yourself and you can move away from your business and start another one and have the time to do that while that business is running on its own. So we're going to be talking about advanced outsourcing techniques. We're going to be talking about distribution, how to create videos really quickly, how to outsource videos. So we're going to be talking about efficiency and how to maximize your time to get the best optimized results. So with that being said, we all know that a lot of people are either right-brained or left-brained, right? And in our society, there's not a heck of a lot of right-brain optimization, for lack of a better word, right? There's not a lot of growth in primary school and high school and higher education to really get you an advantage when it comes to using the right side of your brain and being creative. For those who don't know, the left side of the brain handles logic. It's science and mathematics. And the right side of the brain is where you create things, right? So our society is like a real consumer society where people are addicted. It's like this vicious cycle where people are taken advantage of. The right side of the brain is usually the people who create amazing things and create products and services. And then the consumers are all addicted to them. A few examples would be video games. For instance, there's so many people that play video games but don't create apps, right? There's so many people that read books but don't write books. And there's so many people that consume, and reading a book, I would call that consuming. I hate to say it. We all read. I have plenty of books. I got the DSM, I've got the Grove Music Dictionary, I've got encyclopedias. Those are the types of things that I have on my bookshelf. It's all like manuals, things that I can kind of turn to for reference. I'm never going to recommend that you take 3 days to read a really good book. I'm going to tell you in that 3 days to write a really good book, all right? Another secret right before we jump into all of the real detailed stuff is that every very successful endeavor that I've gotten into that's produced really good results, it was like I saw my competition, I saw the price of what they were selling something for, and then I gave this ridiculous amount of value for one price that was lower than their price. One of the examples was my first website was Beats 365, where it was a hip-hop beats website, and it was all original beats that I'd created. This was my first one. I didn't know anything about internet marketing or building a business or anything like that. And I put it up for sale, and I did exactly what the competition was doing, selling each beat or leasing each beat for $30, right? And so my stuff didn't convert, and that's partly because I'm a really good metal drummer, but I'm not a good jazz drummer, right? I'm a good rhythm guitarist. I'm a good singer. I've been doing lyrics for a long time, right? I'm spread a little bit thin, like maybe a jack of all trades. So when it comes to beat making, my competition, they're really, really freaking good at doing beats, right? So they were able to do that, $30, $30, $30. I put up my beats, $30, $30, $30. I wasn't getting as much conversions or as many sales as my competition. So what I did was I was like, all right, forget it, I give up. But before I give up, you can just download all of my beats for $15, right? Then I had a upsell, and what that means is when people purchased my beats for $15, it was this global license for $300. Put it on ClickBank, which is an affiliate marketplace, and then a few months later, when you typed hip hop beats or rap beats into Google, I was all over the page and the competition was gone. And that was because it was so much value, and I put so much value into it for one price, saving people money, saving people time, whatever you call it, and they got a whole package of beats. And I have to admit, I got the idea from Napster. I don't know if you remember that site, all right? This was in 2004, and I was like, all right, I want to make some money. This is what I do hip-hop beats, right? I didn't have any formal education in business or anything. Now, from then on, I used this model to do really, really awesome things and get into more competitive niches like business to business, and I did some dating niches, and then I'm doing, you know, nowadays a lot of people count on me for online business education, so you know how big that niche is, right? So I was able to do over 8 figures in online business using this same tactic, right? What it is giving more value than your competition does, right? Now, some of your competition might be really freaking good, and their prices might be higher than yours. So what I mean by really good is they might be more educated than you. They might have a more accolades than you do, right? You can still compete with them if you use this model, all right? So another thing I wanted to talk about, which is really important before we erase this and get down to the nitty gritty, and we're going to be filling up this entire whiteboard with everything that you need to know, so you don't ever have to buy another course again. You don't have to be reliant, and hopefully will break your addictions to shiny object syndrome and all of that kind of stuff, all right? This video, I can't estimate how long it's gonna be, but it'll probably be like 2 or 3 hours long or something. Now, the good news is that you can press pause, you can, you know, do it at your own time. And I'll also, in the description box of this video, leave the times of when certain things happen. So if you are interested in a certain subject that we're gonna go over, you can of course use the description box to kind of reference where that's gonna happen, okay? So one of the other things is people are like, oh, that's too hard to do, obviously, right? It's too far, it's gonna take too long, and the time frame that I don't have time to do that because I gotta pay my rent, and I need immediate money, and I need short-term money, right? Now, that's just reality, okay? I understand that. But in this video, I'm gonna give you tactics where if you have 20 minutes, and that's what I call a time opportunity, kind of like a wormhole. You know how people say loophole? Well, this is like a wormhole, and I'll explain why, okay? Now, if you were on a planet rotating around a star called TRAPPIST-1, which is about 40 light years away, right? Since light travels at 186,000 miles a second, and you were looking in a very powerful telescope back at the Earth, you'd see Jimmy Carter waving, running against Reagan and all that, all right? I'm serious. You would actually, if you looked through that telescope on the planet orbiting TRAPPIST-1, you would see Jimmy Carter waving at you. You would see 40 years ago, okay? Because light takes that long to travel. Now, we can use a wormhole, right, to get to that star, to get to that solar system, okay? Now, this is an analogy or a metaphor. I'm not actually saying you're gonna actually wanna travel to that star, but this is a metaphor to how to get things done efficiently, how to assess step by step your skills, package your value, brand yourself, and then get up and running faster than any guru or any university could get you doing these things, okay? So think of it like, instead of actually physically getting there, we're going to try to access these hidden parts in your brain, especially in the creative side of your brain. And I'm not saying you need to work really hard, or you have to spend hours and hours learning or having, it's more of just activating those hidden creative parts of your brain, solving people's problems, okay? And then breaking the status quo, breaking what belief systems people have that make a sale hard for you to do, okay? If that makes sense. So first off, let's talk a little bit about the basics of how you can apply what I'm talking about to maybe also what you're already doing, which is important. Before we get into anything, I'm going to say, hey, I'm going to show you how to build a sales page, do copy, do a JV page, and then build a thank you page. That's not going to do anything for you, because what you already have, or the experiences that you already have, will help you enter the wormhole, okay? So remember, like, if you're like trying to achieve something that is out of your reach, or something that you're seeing a competitor do, like for instance, if you're like, oh, well, weight loss is a great niche and there's people are making $100 million a month with weight loss, right? If you don't know anything about weight loss, it's like physically trying to travel to that solar system that's 40 light years away. But if you are someone who has this great case study in that you've lost like 100 pounds in 3 months, and it's an amazing case study, a new diet that you did, and all of your friends are telling you that you look amazing, that's the wormhole, all right? Or at least one of them. Another example, and what I'm talking about, is like, say for instance, you want to start a hot dog stand, right? Now, there's the guy with the hot dog stand who's been sitting outside of the stadium and he does that, he's been doing that for like 10 years or something, right? Every hot dog that he makes, is $3, right? Well, what if you were to say, pay me a ticket, it's $3, but you can come here tomorrow and get it for free. You can come the next day and get it for free, etc. You've probably seen a lot of business model examples like that. Like, you ever seen those CD clubs where you'd pay you'd get free CDs in the mail or whatever, and you just have to promise to buy one CD? It's similar to that. Business models you can get very, 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 very far if you just annihilate your competition that way, all right? Sorry, it gets like that. That type of stuff happens. I guess this is about the time when we're gonna have to do this, all right? All right, so what I'm gonna do is I could draw this out like a house. We could start from the foundation. And I've always said, like, launching, it is like a rocket ship or whatnot, so it's not a tree, but this time I'm actually going to draw a tree, okay? So we're gonna start in a corner, we'll go over there. Here, we're gonna start with the first thing that you're gonna do. What do you guys think that the first thing that you do is? What's the first step, if you'd think,
Find your case study.
Our student here, he says, find your case study, all right? It's not even that. We gotta start like from the ground up, and it's not even a business model, it's not even your niche. All right, it's not even assessing what passion you have or what you're good at or what your degree is or whatever like that. The first thing that you do, you want to get rid of all of the demons in your head. You want to be able to space out, map out your schedule, and get excited about getting rid of your addictions and being able to prioritize and things like that. That's the first thing, because everybody in this society has all these addictions that get in the way, and their priorities are messed up. So for instance, if I were to say, like, I need to go to the DMV today and register my car, right? Like, say for instance, you're home for a month, your leg is broken or something. You're like, oh, well, my friend is gonna help me out with that, right? But you actually do have like 30 days to register it or something. And you say to yourself, like, well, I gotta get that done or it'll never get done, right? So that's the same mindset that you should have with your business. If you got 30 days to do that, then that's the last thing that you worry about, right? If you're like, oh, the kitchen is dirty, and the consequence to the kitchen being dirty is my aunt is coming over and I wanna make it look clean or whatnot. The consequence of not having your money right and not having your business right is a much worse consequence than your aunt coming in and saying, why is it dirty in the kitchen? You know what I mean? Like, I'm telling you, your children, if a woman divorces you or something, and because you're at work all day and you're the one bringing in the income, the possibility of you losing your kids, that should be like a much worse consequence than anything else. So that's why this is so important. People don't understand that you know what, this is really possible very, very quickly, and you don't need to worry about, oh, I don't want to start working on something and then I'm going to get occupied this next week and I'm going to forget about it. All right? You're not going to forget about it, because one of the main rules, and that's what we're going to do in a second, is writing down so you don't forget what you're doing. All right? So take notes. That's a very, very important thing. All right? So next up, we'll talk about your vision, right? Now, your vision is created from your drive, okay? And your drive is created when you channel your anger and your love and your emotion, just generally speaking, in the right way into this. And I can't lie to you, I built Beats 365 because I was angry that I got fired from a music house, and I had a love for music, right? And I had so much frustration from losing a girlfriend, right? And she ran off with a dude, and I was like, I want to get rich so that I could prove all of them wrong, and that gave me the drive. All right, so that should be the first thing. You should have this. You should have some type of vision. Now, the right side of your brain creates this. If you don't have a right side of the brain that's like activated, you're never gonna, you know what I mean? You're never gonna get the vision. So we're gonna be going all the way out. It's like light years away, but this is the very, very first thing before you create your business model and you create, you know, it should be the most important thing. Everything else comes like cleaning, doing your dishes. I've never been good at doing dishes. I mean, that's never been the highest priority of mine. I'm sorry, you know what I mean? But I have priorities, kind of like I want to be able to hang out with my kids, right? So you make that sacrifice, like you put everything away like that first so that you can create a business that runs on autopilot, and you scale it so that you can have all of these things free, and you can be worth something to society and make a mark. You know what I mean? After you die, you should have something left. You know what I mean? So again, I have to emphasize this because a lot of people would, you know, well, right about now, they'd be like, all right, Jamie, get to the point. So that's what I'm going to do. So after you get your vision, you're going to be thinking about energy distribution. All right? So here's the tree, right? Energy distribution, and then time, okay? So what this is about is schedule. Now again, don't give yourself boundaries with your schedule, okay? Because it's all about time, opportunities. Some of the best ideas will happen when you're waiting for someone. Like, for instance, if you go with a friend to a concert or something, and the friend sees somebody who owes her money or something, and you're waiting in the car, right? You'll be like, darn, I wasn't planning on this. I wasn't counting on this. You got 20 minutes. You pull out your iPhone, you open up a notepad or whatnot on your iPhone, and you start to think up your ideas. That's a time opportunity. So I'm not one to be like, all right, get into a routine or whatnot. Yeah, you're gonna probably have a routine, like you wake up in the morning, check your email, you know, around 1 o'clock in the afternoon you eat lunch, that type of thing. But at the same time, like some of the best things, like when you're coming up with really awesome bullet points or really great ideas, it's gonna happen during these time opportunities, is what I call them, right? All right, so the next thing that you're going to want to do is assess your immediate income producing activities. All right? Now, an income producing activity is like creating a service. If you've got like 1,000 people on LinkedIn or whatnot, you can come up with something to solve their problems, something that you can do for them etc. That's an income producing activity. You create it, and I'm talking like in a half an hour or 40 minutes or whatnot. What is your value? What are you good at? You come up with an IPA, right? So that should be the first thing, creating like in conjunction with this, conjunction with your schedule, because you're probably going to have already some types of things that you're doing all day, you know what I mean? When it comes to this, you should be chasing assets, all right? You shouldn't be chasing money. Like, my goal is I want to make $1 million next year or whatnot. You should be really thinking like, I want to have a service that I want to get like 10,000 testimonials in 2 months, right? Or I want to have a portfolio of domains that's worth something, all right? It's kind of like, if this is $1 million and this is you, instead of just wanting to go, woo, I'm going to go here and make $1 million, it should be like this. Portfolio of domains. I mean, and these are just examples. Testimonials and my flagship website, or vice versa. Okay? So don't chase the money, chase the assets. And then when you're thinking about goals, and a lot of people's goals are like, I just want to get to the point where I'm working from home and I can quit my 9-to-5 job. That's like saying, I'm going to shoot for, like, again, if this was, if this is like 30,000 feet in an airplane and this is sea level right here, that's like saying I just want to go here, and then boom, something changes, the Google algorithm changes or whatnot, you get knocked off of Google, bam, you hit the ground. So we want to get altitude, okay? And you want to keep getting altitude, because when you're up here, certain things happen, you start going like that, but while you're falling, you can go like that, okay? So you want to get initial altitude and think to yourself, like, I'm going to come up with a real good plan to be able to make customers happy for, a realistic amount of money. I mean, they've got a game where it's $27,000 to buy a whole bunch of spaceships in the game. I'm serious, $27,000. So, of course, I gave you the example of Beats 365. It was $15 at first, right? But if people are happy with what you're selling, like, you can always be like, hey, it's $10,000. I'm going to do this for you and do that for you. Employees say to the employer, they go in for a job interview, I'd like $40,000, right? And then what they do for $40,000 is they work exclusively for that employer for a year, all right? So if you have an infrastructure, if you build an infrastructure and you've got, people that that are working for you or whatnot, and you can handle the infrastructure, what's stopping you from having 100 people paying you $40,000, etc.? You see what I mean? So here we talked about the importance of the first thing that you should do is assess all of the emotions and anger and everything and channel it into your vision, all right? And access the creative parts of your brain. So the next thing is I want to talk about the importance of a to-do list, okay? Now, the to-do list, my to-do lists are like I put these little circles, and these are usually on Post-it notes. I do lots of Post-it notes, to be honest with you. All right, sure, I have everything in Excel file, etc., but just things that I'm going to run through real fast. Now, it's not a bad to-do list, and this is what a lot of people's to-do lists look like when they first get started. It would be like, create dating book. All right, write a dating book. And then sell ClickFunnels. All right, it's just all over the place, okay? I want to get you guys away from all of the spastic, can't make up your mind which niche am I going to do and everything, all right? But you should have like a weekly to-do list that has really big projects, like create membership site, etc. And then your daily to-do list, or even an hourly to-do list, you could be going through them like boom, 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 boom. You fill them in every time you finish it, right? So the first thing that you do is you'd be like, all right, I'm going to send emails. You know what I mean? The next thing, build Google site or Google page, right? The next thing is call someone or whatnot. Although I don't like talking on the phone, and I'll tell you guys, stop talking to people on the phone. Very, very big waste of time. All right? So the to-do list, very, very important. We don't need to talk a long time about it. You just get the drift, okay? So here are the basic rules, all right? When you're calling someone, or when you're talking to someone, or want to work with someone, you have to give value first, okay? So number one, value first. So if you're calling someone like a business person, like if I was gonna call up a lawyer or a doctor or someone like, and I was interested in their services, right? That's a certain type of conversation. That type of conversation is you have not paid them any money yet, and they might be very busy. So you want to be really careful what you say to them. They can always say, no, I don't want your business, right? You've probably had that happen. Have you ever walked into a tattoo shop and said the wrong thing? You probably get your butt beat. I'm trying to watch my language. That really sounded bad though. Same thing with a strip club. You will end up in a dumpster outside if you say the wrong thing to one of the strippers, all right? So be careful with what you say to people, especially if you haven't paid them money yet. Now, once you pay them money yet, be communicative, and it's a good idea to specify all of the different things that you'd like to get done and put it in writing. Like, number one, I'd like to know this. Number two, I'd like to know this. Number three, I'd like to know this. But again, you may get good service, you may get bad service, depending on how you are acting and interacting with the person, okay? Now, the other way around, and this is very important with what we're talking about with making money and everything, is when someone has paid you money, it's a great idea to, in your initial conversation, once that money has come in, that initial conversation, you're outlining what they're in for, okay? And only what you are capable of doing, okay? So that's a really, really important rule. You need to know how to professionally speak, and you don't need to be a genius. You have life experience though, so you should be able to like look at your past experiences, and like for instance, your experiences speaking with an attorney, or your experiences speaking with a consultant or a professional, or even someone at the drive-through who's serving you a burger or something. You should know exactly how you've spoken with them and apply it to your business. Like, so if someone has paid you money, if someone came to your house and purchased a car from you or something, that's something that you can interpret and then utilize that life experience in your business, all right? So number one, value first. Number two is prioritize correctly. Number three, grow octopus arms and legs. You know how us internet marketers always love to bust myths? Well, it's getting out of hand because some of the myths are actually good, right? I'll tell you, I have some real big myth busters, like don't read a book and all that type of stuff. People might disagree with it, but all I mean by that is you're reading too much and not writing. But what I'm talking about here is some people, some gurus been saying that multitasking is bad. Now, what they mean by that, I think, and I kind of agree with, stay the course, put blinders on, and get rid of your distractions. But there's nothing wrong with, like, while, as I was saying before, while a video is exporting, do something else. Did I even say that before? I don't know if I did, but multitasking at the right time is good. Like for instance, if you're waiting for someone to email you back, do something while they're emailing you back, you know what I mean? So grow octopus arms and legs. Number 4 is get your IPAs straight. All right? Experimenting is not an IPA, okay? Talking to someone who's trying to sell you something on the phone is not an IPA, all right? Someone trying to sell you something is the opposite of you making money, all right? I'm a total self-education type of person. The way I run my business, and I have for a long time, is the only thing that I spend money on is hiring people pretty much, or services, right? Like services like a website builder or something like that, okay? So self-education, like if I want to learn something, I go to YouTube. I'll be straight up with you, all right? So the 5th one is end dependency on other people immediately, okay? All right, so end dependency immediately. That's number 5. The reason for this is there's a lot of insecure people in this society, and you don't need to be infected by their toxic insecurity. I'm all for working with someone who has a separate skill than you have, and you have a skill that they need, and they have a skill that you need, and all of that. I'm all for that. Like for instance, a product producer who's using his right brain, and then an affiliate manager that's using the left brain, that's all good. But there's no point in entertaining someone who's like, hey, I want to check out what you're doing, that looks interesting. You know what I mean? Like, well, I'm really busy right now, and I'm gonna be busy for the next 2 weeks, all right? Oh, well, you know, I was thinking we could also go to this Halloween party or whatnot. You're staying home from Halloween, you know what I mean? It takes someone who has just that type of discipline to make things happen following all these rules. If you've already made one of the crucial errors, like you're dedicating yourself to a program that you invested in, you spent $3,000, and since you spent that $3,000, you're gonna be busy learning from this person, oof, you did it wrong, okay? You're going on a retreat to achieve the right mindset or whatnot. I'm not into that because I've seen thousands and thousands of my students get absolutely nowhere with that, all right? And it's really frustrating for me because I do consulting, and every week I'm like, did you do your homework? Oh no, because I was studying with this, I was, you know, going through these modules or something like that. It's like poison, all right? It's like going against everything that I try to instill in the minds of my students, right? So down the line, people will be asking me, how much money do I need to get started, all right? Nothing. It does not take money to make money, all right? Sure, I use Camtasia to film videos, right? Like when I do like a PowerPoint presentation or something, or when I'm showing my screen, like a tutorial on how to log into ClickBank and set up your products and stuff like that. Camtasia, I think, is like, what is it, $97 or something? You know what I mean? Again, that's an example of where I would spend my money. It's $97. That's like the amount of money you spend on food or something in like 2 days, you know? So going on down the tree, right? So you get your hardware and your software. Now, this is one of those kind of can go 2 different ways. Obviously, if you want to edit video or whatnot, you know, you want to do a YouTube channel or something like that, right? And that's the business model that you think you're going to be really good at. Then I'm not saying that you could do it without it, but you get the drift. Like, you might want to edit video. Like, if you want to do the type of stuff that I do in, you know, teaching how to get over a divorce or how to lose weight or whatever, you might want to invest in some stuff. And I'll tell you exactly the stuff that I have, right? So I have a Mac right? It's like a G5, and it's an older G5. And I have a ton of 8 terabyte hard drives to fit all of the video clips into, right? Just because I love doing video, right? I do music videos, all sorts of stuff. So I've invested a lot in hard drive space, okay? Now, I'm not talking about like uploading it to the cloud or something like that. I don't have time to do that, right? So, you know, or wait or whatnot. So a lot of my investment has been in like these hard drives and stuff, okay? So I use Camtasia for the screen capture, as I was saying. I use Final Cut Pro for like if I'm going to do a music video or like some type of you know, a really good video or something. But you can also use Camtasia to do that. But Final Cut Pro, you have a lot more. It's a lot more professional. A lot of really cool features and stuff, right? iMovie, etc. To do websites, I use Dreamweaver, right? But you can use Composer, which is for free online. I use Photoshop, create all sorts of cool graphics and stuff. Although a lot of the time nowadays I outsource it. I've found a really good designer who does all of my designs and stuff for clients and for my own stuff. I'm using a Canon EOS 70D. It looks like an actual camera, you know what I mean? Like in the 80s or whatnot, but it does video, right? So there's also lighting that we use. Like we use, they're very, very cheap. You can get them on Amazon. They're like, if you type in green screen lighting or whatnot, and that's something I got into a little bit further on, like doing green screen and stuff like that. I use Final Cut Pro to edit all my green screen stuff because I have a lot of really cool capabilities with it. But you can use Camtasia though, I think, to do green screen stuff too. So you kind of want to decide on what your business model is. Are you limiting yourself? No, you can start up a Google site tomorrow and be making money immediately, like with Craigslist for advertising, right? So again, hardware, software comes next, and then you're gonna move into getting stuff done, all right? So after you're done with this, it would help for you to learn about sales, and that's why I'm gonna talk about sales right now. Little do you know, you have probably done sales in your life, even if you think you have never done sales. Sales is pretty much communication, okay? Sales is communicating to someone something that you feel that they need because you're gonna solve their problem or something's gonna solve their problem, okay? And on the internet, it's incredibly easy to do that because, you know, in the past we had to like, oh, you need that? All right, I'm gonna make some calls. I'm gonna try to find out where I can, you know, get that for you or whatnot. But online, especially as an affiliate marketer, which we'll be getting into in a little bit, it's pretty easy to, you know, oh, that's your problem? All right, here you go. Boom, you get a commission. You send them your affiliate link and you get a commission, right? So again, sales is pretty much communicating in a segmented way, like attention, interest, desire, action. Again, and I'll be using that term a lot, how you can solve their problem, okay? So after sales, what we want to do is we want to start to think about our business model. Now this is one of the most important things about this whole presentation, all right? Now there are tons of different business models, okay? And the reason this comes before, you know, figuring out what your niche is because niches are really, they fit into the business model, okay? So your business model might be intellectual property, it might be e-commerce, you might be an affiliate marketer. And a lot of these also have objectives, right? You might have a YouTube channel, you might have a Facebook fan page, you might have CPA with CPA offers that you're promoting with paid traffic. You might have, you know, all sorts of different ways of doing affiliate marketer, like direct, like with email. You might be an email marketer. All right. And, you know, so of course, a lot of these, you know, from e-comics, and then you have your niche, like you sell gold watches. You know, there's all sorts of different ways that you could, you know, all different items or niches, etc. You know what I mean? Jewelry, games, whatever. You might have a service too, right? Like a service like where you're a consultant or you're building websites for people. And a lot of these are the quickest ones to get up because, of course, you don't have to really prepare much except for assessing what you're good at or what you already have the infrastructure to do, or even people that you know that could fulfill the service, and therefore you're the one advertising, right? And then after the business model, you know, I mean, we could talk about all of these. I guess I will talk about all the different business models you can do. That intellectual property would be like, hey, I'm gonna sell my photos on iStock Photo or Shutterstock or whatnot. It could also be like, I'm gonna sell my hip hop beats. This is something that I got into first. Or I'm gonna publish my books that I've written on Kindle, right? Or other people's. You might also want to run a digital service. And what I mean by this is like, you might want to have an autoresponder company, or you have like a hosting company, or you have an affiliate network or a CPA network. You get the drift, right? Now, a lot of these business models, like, you know, for instance, affiliate networks or something, the best way to do that is it's free to join in, and it's like a collective, like it's a collectivist business model, right? So it's free to sign up. There's going to be vendors on one side and then affiliates on the other side, and you have an affiliate marketplace, etc. All right. Another business model would be like you're an investor. Okay. Like what I mean by that is like you could be a day trader, crypto trader, etc. All right. You might be a domain flipper. Your business might be domains, buying and selling domains. Now, here's the thing is I would recommend to only have one business model at a time until you can successfully train partners and other people to run that business model, so that then you can replace yourself and move on to the next. All right? Don't think that you could do all of these all at the same time. Okay? You're going to get really freaking distracted. You might already have a little bit of this, right? You might have some crypto investments or dabble in it or whatnot. Like obviously, oh, you're going to buy Bitcoin when it starts to you know, move up, etc. We'll get into that in a little bit too. But you get the drift. Like, don't do too many of these at the same time. Put your energy all into one, because then you'll get to where you want to go faster. Like, imagine flying to freaking Trappist, right? And you're like, you know, taking detours left and right. It's going to take you forever to get there. You know what I mean? So, you might also be a vendor with a membership site, okay? Kind of hard to read, all right? So once you've established all of your business models, then you're going to want to do a combination of things. Assessing what you already have, and that can be done as a list, right? Now, this is not an actual literal list of like trying to assess your niche, but it's more of like write a personal list and be like all of your experiences. You went through a divorce, you're a ladies' man, you have a degree in something, It's funny, but the degree in something actually really messes you up in this process. It's funny. It's usually like you won't be able to find an internet niche because that won't have anything to do with this. The way to get rich is actually you were in a car accident. All right, like all these types of things, like well-behaved dogs. Got hobbies or interests or something, right? You're a great craftsman or a builder. Okay, so you write a list like this of all the really good things that you are really good at. Okay, you can see where I'm going with this. So all of these are like niches, right? On, for instance, ClickBank, there's a lot of digital products there, pretty much ebooks and programs that people have written, and the reason that they're really successful at them is they really were good at them, all right? I tried a lot of other niches around the time I did hip-hop beats, and I failed at a lot of them because I wasn't good at them. The first thing that you think of when you go on ClickBank Marketplace for the first time is you're like, all right, I'm gonna, get into something I'm really good at. I'm gonna get into something just because it has high gravity or it's like #1 on the marketplace, and that's the wrong reason to get into something, okay? So, for instance, ladies' man, pickup artist, right? How to get girls. Divorce, right? How to get over a divorce. People are really going to want to hear about your experience. Now, I'm not talking about like, these are high-end products like you sell for $1,000 or $2,000 or something like that. If you're just getting started, for instance, I want to show you that you can sell like a Kindle book or whatnot, $1 to $10, right? I sell like 100,000 of them or something, okay? So after these business models, each one of these would have niches. But a lot of them, like for instance, a lot of them would be like business to business, like the CPA network or whatever. Domains, same thing. You've got local domains, like for instance, TampaAttorneys.com or something like that. Or brandable domains. You got, expired domains. Like you might have a lot of different niches within that business model, right? Then you got for instance, the membership site, right? Again, you're a vendor. You might have a dog training. You got a well-behaved dog, or you got a dog training site. Now, what's going to happen is you're going to start like how I did with these smaller niches. And then when you get your case study, right? Like say you get your first sale selling your book or something, immediately I would say, this is a little good piggyback trick to get where you're going faster. You do a YouTube video, how I made money on ClickBank. You do a YouTube video, and the timeline here, if this is 0 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, be like your intro where you're actually on the screen, and then edit it into a Camtasia. And then an outro with a call to action telling people, hey, if you like this, then go into the description box of the YouTube video and then buy my stuff. Now, your stuff that you would sell from this is how to make money online, okay? So you're gonna have like your niche project, however small it is, and I might add that if you are in something like dog training or Get Your Ex Back or something like that, and you wrote a book on that, took you 3 days to write the book, and then it's incredibly easy to rank that because it's not as competitive as something like weight loss or how to make money online or something like that. But you're gonna get huge traffic from this because you have this case study now. So the first time, if you sell like even one book or two, a couple ebooks on Kindle, right? On Amazon Kindle, You're gonna have a case study, and then you can show people, other people, how you did that. And then you have autopilot money coming from this YouTube video. Now, you might say, well, I don't have a make money online product. Well, that's where the affiliate marketer business model comes in, okay? Because you would be able to sell someone's stuff that you don't even own for commission. Cha-ching, okay? So, but back to this, you know, this niche thing, right? Like, for instance, you're doing a project. Say you're building a bunch of tree houses because you've got an airsoft hobby that you do. You play with your friends, you do airsoft in the backyard. And you're building a bunch of tree houses. What you do is immediately, even without a product, you film building your Ewok village, right? And you put on YouTube, we're building an Ewok village. Here's how it's coming along. You edit all of the pieces together, so it's a pretty funny video or something. And you have clips, you know, like it could be like 2 seconds, bam, 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 bam. Hey guys, we're gonna show you how to build an Ewok village today. Put some music, you know, dun, 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 speed it up and show building it, right? In the description box, you'd say, this is how we learned how to build an Ewok village. And then you have a link selling Ted's Woodworking on ClickBank. And you get a $25 commission, $25 commission, $25 commission, $25 commission. All right, now you spent like 4 hours making this Ewok village video. You have autopilot money for a long time, as long as it ranks in YouTube. So the better the video you do, the more views it'll get, the higher it'll rank. And the reason it ranks is that people are liking it more and they're engaging it, and Google can see, because Google owns YouTube, they can see that and they rate your video and they're like, oh wow, that video is, the machine will tell that video to rank higher because you're beating your competition. You got more likes than your competition, you got more engagement, etc. All right? So, back to the method at hand, all right? You're doing your market research at this point, okay? You haven't even gotten, you know, to like where we're gonna get a lot more detailed and stuff, and I'm gonna start to use this whiteboard too. But you're getting to the point where you're like starting to think about what you're gonna do. So you go onto Google and you can, you know, open up a Google Ads account, and then you can use the Google keyword tool and type in keywords like how to build a tree house, and then see how much it ranks. And then take a look at your competitors. Just even without all these free tools, go on to YouTube and type in those keywords and look at your competitors and learn from your competitors. Heck, if they have their own products, buy their products, or you can email them and say, hey, I'm interested in being an affiliate, and see if those people will give you a demo account or let you look inside, or let you look inside the funnel, okay? That's another thing that I spend money on, is purchasing my competitors' products to see how they're running things, all right? So yeah, so you're in your market research phase, and you know, you're like, hey, how can I find out more about my niche? And that's when social media comes into play. All right? So you've got YouTube, you got Facebook, you got Instagram, and you definitely want to have accounts with all those 3 sites, okay? Those are your advertising opportunities where you can advertise. I always tell people, work the hardest as an affiliate marketer, and even as if you're going into some of these other business models, work the hardest on your advertisements, okay? So I'm just gonna do a little drawing over here, all right? And I'm gonna give you like a parallel, metaphor, or whatever you call it, okay? You wanna get a girlfriend or a boyfriend, right? So you come to a dating site and it says, all right, what's your name? What's your so-and-so? Now, boom, your profile is done. You have a profile page, but first there's like, call it a marketplace where there's all these people's faces, and all these people have worked hard on their pictures and their photos, right? And you look down the line or whatnot, whichever way the dating site is hooked up. I haven't been on one in a long time, so, but I can kind of remember how it is or whatnot. And I also worked on a couple dating sites or whatnot. So this the same thing. You click on this person here, and it goes to a profile page. And then, if you like that, if you connect with this person, you go on a date, right? So look at this, advertising. Sales page, fulfillment. Okay? So this, when someone clicks on here and then ends up on the profile page, conversion, this is like having a sale. Cha-ching, okay? So it's the same type of thing. All right, very, very exciting. All right, so you're doing your market research, and I think I should at least do this. Okay, and then you use social media for market research. All right, and you can also, of course, use the Google keyword tool. You use Google Trends. And that's great for like if you're gonna sell video games, like when they're released, etc. You can get ideas for that. Sometimes also like Halloween items, like if you're gonna sell costumes, etc. Right? So you probably at this point, you're gonna say to yourself, all right, I've got my heart set on this niche. And the reason that you're gonna have your heart set on the niche is you have all these characteristics to make the perfect niche. The first one is experience. You have experience in it. The next thing is you have resources. The next one, you have accolades. You might have partners or opportunities. And then the most important thing I would say is there's money, okay? You don't want to go into a niche like jokes or something like that where you can get it for free, okay? So that's very, very important, is there needs to be money in it. I don't believe in saying, you know, it's too competitive, I don't want to get into it. That's the totally wrong way to get into a niche. Even if you're hiring me to build your entire site, because I do that, I will still ask you, which niche do you want to be in? Because if you start making a ton of money with this thing, number one, you want to be able to know what your customer is saying to you, right? Hey, this and that. Number two, on a business-to-business level with your distributors and affiliates, when you want to get a new affiliate and the person either contacts you or you contact them, you're going to want to talk to them about like, hey, you know, I got this really cool dog training ebook. The person will ask you, again, he'll say like, well, what does it specialize in? And that affiliate will tell you, I have a niche like on how to get a dog to stop barking, and it's solely about that. Can you accommodate that? Now, it's either yes or no. You need to know about your niche pretty much on that level. And then, you know, there's a few other reasons why you'd want to know about your niche, right? Like if you go to a party or whatnot and someone says, hey, what are you doing for a living? You say, I run a .com. That's right, right? Well, what .com do you have? It's this. And the conversation is going to go somewhere. You want to know what you're talking about, all right? Don't be fake. Know your niche, right? So all of these are pretty important, and if you follow those, no niche is too big. You know what I mean? Just some niches are, of course, against the rules. Like you can't, I don't even want to say them on this video. You can probably, you know, I mean, some are very risky. I'll give you an example. I met someone, and this is back like the first few years of your career doing this. you're going to be making all these mistakes. I didn't have a mentor, so talking from experience, these are the things that I wish I didn't do, right? Like procrastinate or do too many niches at the same time, or work on this and then work on that. And I have to be careful about the way I explain these niches, but it's basically the niches that you want to stay away from. They have lists, like for instance on Facebook ads, you can see any niche that like hurts people or contributes to hurting people, like tobacco, for instance, cigarette companies, evil stuff, right? Other stuff is like adult content. And that's the story I was going to tell you was when I first got started, of course, I tried all these different niches. And one of them, I was like, wow, there must be a lot of money in there. It was like the adult thing. And also the reason why you end up finding out about it is they were some of the first companies that did payment processing, right? There's this company called CC Bill, and I had Beats, and I remember signing up. I was like, CC Bill will process my payments. This is awesome. And it was $800, and I was like, I don't have $800. And so I was contacting customer support, and they were like, well, you don't need to pay the $800 because you're not doing adult content. You have to, it's like a regulation or something, right? And so, you know, I had like this attorney that I was friends with, and he would give me advice or whatever. And I'd tell him, you know, I'm going to start to do this, you know, what niches do I have to be careful about or whatnot? And he says, oh, you know, your make money online stuff is fine, but if you want to do the adult stuff, we're going to have a serious talk and the regulations. And I was like, I don't want to do it. It's okay. Another example was I tried to apply for business insurance, right? And I had to get business insurance because I had a line of credit. This is a little later on in the career. And a couple companies, before I found the one that I have to this day, were questioning my beats. They liked the business to business stuff, the how to make money online. But the beats they were like weird about, because they were like, well, did you do the beats yourself? It could be like some kind of copyright infringement or something. I was like, oh my God. And a couple of companies wouldn't even touch me because of my beats, even though it was like the most awesome, cleanest niche I've ever been in, right? But again, it's like, just, you know, be careful of what niches you're gonna get into. Pick the right one and follow these kind of, you know, what do you call this? Characteristics or rules or whatever. All right, cool. All right, guys, so next, the one thing you're gonna do, and I'm gonna start to make room because we're gonna go boom, we're gonna like project, you know what I mean? It's gonna be like this giant projection. I wanna like lay down everything so you never need to spend any money on coaches or college or trade schools or anything ever again, all right? Never again. All right, so we talked about value, right? You're gonna add a lot of value, you're gonna pack in value. Well, what comes with value is pricing, okay? This is the next thing after you've figured out your niche. You got your business model, you got your niche. Now we're gonna kind of do a value thing of what you're prepared to bring to the world and how much you're going to sell it for, okay? And we'll go over to this whiteboard too, and I'll show you what a funnel is, okay? So let's just make a note. The reason why I'm making these notes is so we can kind of do a review of all of everything after we're done, all right? So value, and the value dictates the price, okay? Price, and I'm gonna do different ones, okay? So let me give you some examples of this. All around you, like when you go to a store or when you buy something online, again, with the market research thing, part of this process is thinking about, all right, this guy's selling the movie, for instance, comes up. It's a non-exclusive intellectual property, and you can get the DVD for $17, okay? So DVDs are like $17, okay? People buy it for entertainment, etc. Now the needs of someone will make it a little bit of a higher price, right? For instance, Rosetta Stone, which is a language, kind of a language software or whatnot. It's like going to school for a language. It's really good, by the way. And they have an affiliate program, I think. Everyone has an affiliate program. I think it's like $300. okay? It's a digital software. Now you've noticed also like Photoshop, I think is like $700 or something. By the way, you can use Photopea to do Photoshop online. Same thing as Photoshop. I mean, Photoshop, you can get actions to create e-covers. There's a ton more stuff. You know, Photopea is limited, but for instance, it's like $700, but it's a need. It's something that people need. Like a DVD or something, it's nowhere near $300 or $700 or whatnot, because it's not something that people really need. It's a want, okay? So if something that someone really needs, that's where, you know, if it's more of a serious thing that's going to change someone's life, it's not only going to be a little harder for you to create that, and it's going to be more exclusive, like where less people buy it, especially like with a service. Services can be very, very pricey. Like you can price a service at like 10 grand, and you probably see that all the time. Like if someone put this this fountain in here, right? This little pond, and I think that was like 8 grand or something, right? So services are a lot different than non-exclusive intellectual property, where there's a copy and you're selling copies of something to everyone, all right? But again, there are so many cool ideas for you, even if you're 80 years old and you're like, what is this guy talking about? Go outside, take some photos with a really good camera, all right? Maybe not nowadays, iPhones can take some beautiful photos, and then sell them on iStock Photo. They sell for $30 a pop to multiple people. Like 100 people could download your photo, and is $30, $30, $30, $30, $30. You'd be in business tonight. God, I just keep wanting to give you guys these bombs as we go along the line, and like from start to finish. So back to price, all right? So your value, you should first of all look at everything around you and what everyone's value is. Now, there's something that's important to take into account. The higher your price, we go $0, and you've probably seen that, free trials, right? $1, $10, $50, $100, $1,000, $10,000. Okay? This, just same thing with this. That's like a Kindle book, okay? You're just writing the marketplace. People download your book just solely from the marketplace. You don't even need a website, right? Now $10, you have a page, and I tell newbies all the time, like, don't be thinking that you need a squeeze page and all this stuff. You can have a Google site at this point. I mean, some really very simple site. Now you're getting into a sales page. You use a sales page or a VSL, which is video sales letter or sales page, okay? $100, this is like an upsell after someone purchases your $50 product. In between 100 and 1,000, you got a bunch of upsells. Now that's one way of doing it. If you had a $100 front-end product, that's like Domain or Elite. That was the software I created, which is really freaking good. Everyone uses it to mine domain names. Here you're going into service stuff, either service stuff or a webinar. Okay, like that's probably like $9.97. And now you're talking like the time frame of this VSL is like 10 minutes to 20 minutes. With a webinar to sell something at $1,000, you're talking like 1 to 4 hours. Okay? You know, it takes a longer time to persuade someone to fork over $1,000. $10,000, I really hope if people are selling things for $10,000, it's a service and people are actually going to get something for like 6 months or a year or something like that. That again, now you're talking like phone call. I'll do a little picture of a phone, right? It's like a sales floor or like selling on the phone, in-person selling almost. And then some people who are really, really good and they have a really amazing product will do a webinar. Or that's like once someone's come into here, and then for $1,000, they attend a seminar, and then this is like an upsell at the seminar or whatnot. You've probably seen that before. So for instance, $10, all you need is a Google site. $50, all you need is a VSL in a sales video that's about 10 to 20 minutes. And then $100, then you're getting into like more software solutions that are really, really good. It took me about a year to create Domain Early. It's really, really good, okay? So again, like if you work a day on something or 2 days, it's $1 value, right? So the longer you work, the longer you pull back that slingshot, the more you can sell the money for. Unless you're doing a service where you're going to be spending that time for someone after they purchase it, okay? So if you've got a team of 10 people building websites for people, it's a true story. I did a service where it was $1,000 and you get 10 websites in 10 different niches. It was about a month to prepare for it. And then those 10 people helped me create all these websites for people. So long story short, it was 1.2 million in 1 week, and we had to build 10,000 websites. So that month before that, I had a partner who brought all the JVs and all the affiliates to drive traffic at this offer, and he did the sales page. I did the back end and created the infrastructure so that these 10 people would be able to go boom, 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 website done. So it was every 10 minutes a website would be done because we had done the work and the infrastructure and had all of the ebooks and all that ready to go. So $1,000 is like a service, and usually, you know, and a lot of people, they have really good webinars, all right? And this is why I wanted to explain the webinar should be 1 to 4 hours for the webinar to sell something that's $1,000. And then if it's $10,000, usually you're gonna have to start getting people on the phone, and that's like, or at a seminar, people spent, you know, $50 or $1,000 or whatever to come to the seminar. And then this is like a back end offer for some type of service or training, 6 months or 12 months for someone, you know, coaching, etc. And, or you can, some of these guys, I've seen a couple people, they do them with a webinar as well. There are masterminds that are up to $50,000, $100,000 business to business, where people who are already doing 7 figures, even 8 figures, spend that money to hang out with someone who does 9 figures, you know what I mean? So there's different tiers or whatever. This is like, a lot of this is like business to consumer, and this would be said, you know, business to consumer too. Usually, like I always say, B2C, business to consumer has to do with when it's a non-exclusive product, right? And then once it becomes more exclusive, that's the closer you get to being an employee. If you're getting paid money exclusively, then, and there's just one customer, which is your boss, then you're an employee, right? Then the next step up, that is having clients, right? You're not an employee anymore, you're a boss, but you have semi-non-exclusive people who are paying you money, and there is a limit to it, because usually in that situation with professionals, there's a limit because then you're busy all day, okay? A doctor, lawyer, etc. This famous example, one time my lawyer said to me, I wish I could buy an Aston Martin. I just bought an Aston Martin, and then he said to me, I wish I could buy an Aston Martin. I said, why can't you? You've got an office in the top of the Empire State Building. It was a beautiful office, right? He had #1 on Google. That's how I found him, for entertainment lawyer. He's busy all day. So he has a limit to how far he can scale, right? So the key is non-exclusive. But anyway, that's how to price your stuff, okay? So just look around you and remember that, you know, you could say to yourself, my stuff is so valuable that I can sell it for $2,000, right? If you worked a year creating the most amazing product ever, and it just does everything, then your VSL or your webinar, selling it, you should have a good time with that, right? You should it should be easy to put together all your testimonials and everything that the thing can do, and testing it out and demoing it and showing how amazing it is. You know what I mean? So it's basically like, is it worth that much? Okay? So think of it that way. Also, if you're an affiliate marketer and you don't have a product, then you can add value to it and then make your conversion rate a lot better, right? Like for instance, if you want to sell something that's $50, but you got a lot of competitors, Well, that's why people add in bonuses. So buy it through me and I'll give you this bonus, I'll give you that bonus, I'll give you this bonus, I'll give you that bonus, right? So that's the whole thing on pricing, very, very important. Now let's talk about conversions, okay? So maybe we'll bring it back to this. So if you price your thing at $50, right? The conversion rates that I usually see for $50 are 1% to, I've actually seen, I think that was a 10% actually, but 1% to like 10%, okay? Now this changes, like let's say like just cold traffic, but you know, let's just say 1% for cold traffic, and then here's with bonuses, awesome video, and then here's like webinar or phone sales. Okay, so say you've got pretty much a lot of these will work for this example. So what 1% means is 1 out of 100 people will buy this for $50, right? Now, the minute you go down here and you're doing like a $10 product, then you should shoot for a higher conversion rate with cold traffic. If it's a $1 product, then you should have, you know, higher conversion rate with cold traffic. But remember that same price, $50, if you add in value, then you can get this up to 10%, right? And then this same product, even if it's like 100,000, etc., you know, or you got a whole bunch of people on a webinar and there's 100 people at close on a webinar, 20%, okay? So you can see that if you were to add, you know, it doesn't make any sense to work, you know, this hard, especially like when you have a product like this, like 0 free trial or $1 or something, like your resources here, your phone resources or your webinar resources and all the spending $5 per click and all of that, you want this to happen, okay? You want these higher prices to happen if you're working that hard to achieve that. But this still is really good food for thought, okay? If you're having trouble selling something for $1 or $10 or something, add in bonuses, or for instance with a Kindle book, your table of contents of the Kindle book, work hard on selling the freaking book from the table of contents, because people can browse and look inside on Kindle and make your freaking table of contents bullet points. And you don't know what bullet points are, that's like the benefits, the features, etc. All right, there's a big difference between benefits and features. We'll get into that in a bit. But anyway, so you know, you had 2%, which is 1 out of 50 people are purchasing something for $10. You add this, then you can go to 20%. You add this, you go to 50%, okay? But again, doesn't make any sense to use your resources for something that's only $10. Then, for something that's $1, same thing, okay? All right, do you see what I'm saying here? So that's conversion rate, all right? This is 1 out of 2 people who come to your website purchase this. Or, you know, a lot of the time with email marketing, I saw with a student of mine, she works her buns off, like just sacrificing everything for her clients, does these 4-hour webinars like every night. They love her to death. She sends out an email. At that point, she's invested her time into her fans. And at that point, her customers are like, you know, what do you got there? And she's like, hey, buy this through my link. And boom, 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 boom. She gets like 36% conversion rates, all right? So that's a little bit about conversions, okay? So after you've priced out your stuff, remember how we were doing market research? Well, there's something that at this point, and I did want to talk about price and everything first, because I mean, I could talk about price, the 3 Ps, people, product, price, etc. This is the most important thing ever. So I wanted to get that out of the way, but before we move on, there's something so important I need to tell you about, and that is keywords, okay? Remember we talked about the keyword tool? Well, keywords are like make money online, right? Or the how-to thing, an angle is huge, as you can imagine. How to train my dog. All right? So you got these ones are searched like crazy. The shorter the phrase, the more searches, and it's called broad, okay? The longer, it's called a long tail keyword, right? And that'll be how to train my dog quickly or something like that. So what you get with this is you get a smaller search, like 100 people search that, and it's going to cost less. And then with this, you get 10,000 people searching that a month or something, and then it's going to cost more, okay? So broad ones are less targeted, and this is more targeted. If you're doing Facebook ads, you'll see it'll say reach, your reach is freaking huge for certain interests. And then when you do more long tail keywords, it's less. Now with niche products, sometimes there's all these different strategies that people talk about. Usually you need more of these than you would of these, right? So a lot of the time it's best to, and we'll get into this later on in the paid traffic, PPC, all of that. But it's very, very important for you to know at this point when you're doing your market research, which keywords you're going to be targeting. So it's kind of like, hey, what are my keywords going to be? And I'll give you some examples. When I did Beats 365, I had 5 main keywords. Those keywords were hip hop instrumentals, hip hop beats, rap instrumentals, rap beats. So it was like I had hip hop, rap, and then beats. And then there was a 5th keyword, beats. That was it. Now that was great, all was well and dandy. I would say Beats 365 was freaking awesome for a lot of people on ClickBank, and it did over $1 million in 10 years. But around the 10-year mark, Beats headphones came out, which destroyed that whole industry, because now people, what they were doing was they're going to Google and they were searching Beats, and they were looking for Beats headphones. So before Beats headphones came out, when people typed in Beats, they were looking for what we were selling, and they'd see our ads, they'd see my affiliates ads, and they'd buy Beats 365. They'd buy a membership to Beats 365. But after that headphone came out, you can see what happens. So that's how things change in our environment. Another example of like having mixing and matching different things was a niche that I did a lot in because I had experience in this. I was always I was always interested in psychology and relationships. So I got into Get Your Ex Back. So with Get Your Ex Back, there was the same thing, like 4 or 5 keywords. Get your girlfriend back, get your boyfriend back, get your wife back, get your husband back. And then there was Get Your Ex Back. So it's kind of like, that's usually like a pattern with a lot of these smaller niches where you have kind of inverted binary sets of keywords. And again, when we get into paid traffic, I'll talk about ad sets, ad groups, all that. But it's important to find out what keywords you're going to be targeting, okay? And that's the thing. You will know the keywords if you are getting into the right niche. That's another sign that you're getting into the wrong niche for the wrong reasons, when you really don't know what keywords you're doing. You know what I mean? Like you don't know which ones are going to be good. So at this point, when you've done your brainstorming, of course, you're starting to write down your ideas and your possibilities and looking at your competitors and all that good stuff. But one main thing you're really going to want to start doing now is a big writing dump, okay? You're going to take a dump on paper. Start writing. Now, when it comes to writing, one of the first things you do is a swipe file. Okay? A swipe file is a total unorganized document that has a whole bunch of ideas on it, headlines, really cool things that that you're going to want to start brainstorming. And a lot of like your first hour or 2 hours of doing this, you're going to be like, oh, I can't do this. I have that sometimes too. It's like, you know, brain fart or whatever, like total writer's block. It's okay. Dedicate, you know, 10 o'clock p.m. to 1 o'clock a.m. You're working on getting things done in terms of writing, right? So here are all of these different formats to start thinking about. Okay? Got your brand names, possible brand names. And this is coupled into domain. And then you've got your bullets. These are formulated from benefits and features. All right, so you got your bullet points, also your table of contents. These are your chapters, like for instance, it's kind of universal in terms of if you're doing a book or if you're doing a video or if you're doing a webinar presentation or whatever, it's a table of contents. It's kind of like your chapters, right? And then you're also going to start to think about formats in terms of your ad copy. You have your hooks. These are your hooks and angles. And then you've also got like popular beliefs that you are proving are wrong. You know, the 99%. If you want the 99% to listen to you, instead of you being, you know, let me put it in farmland terminology, right? There's a group of sheep and they're following a dog, or the dog is telling them where to go, okay? Now, if you want to be the other sheepdog helping people, helping the sheep, right? And you don't want them to listen to that sheepdog, then you need to be able to prove that other sheepdog wrong, or you have to be able to prove to them that they're wrong and that they're going in the wrong direction. They want to listen to you, okay? Just basic terminology or whatever. And a lot of the time you're protecting them from the wolf, right? So I'll just say popular belief that you're going to be proving wrong. Now this goes for, I don't want to get too ahead of myself, but this goes for your main, I guess I could put it in this corner, your main projects, right, will be your ads, and then your sales copy, or what it says on your page, and then what it says in your book. Okay? Now, on Kindle, for instance, as I was explaining, your table of contents is like your sales copy, okay? And then once someone buys, cha-ching, cha-ching, then they're inside the book, okay? But of course, like, you know, we've learned this, that, you know, with the dating analogy, right? When you're on a dating site, we've learned that your advertisement is so important, especially if you're going to want to get into affiliate marketing. Everyone wants to get into affiliate marketing. It's awesome. And also, if you've already published a book or something, inside your book, you've got links where you're promoting something for commission. Or if you have a video on YouTube, you have a link in your description box, you're promoting something for commission. And that's why ads is so important, to put a lot of effort into your ads, okay? For instance, on the dating site, you'd put a lot of effort into your picture. If you're not getting enough chicks liking your photo or whatever, then you lift weights and you get a haircut and all that stuff. You're not gonna like get all unshaven and have, you know, barbecue sauce all over your face and then take a picture yourself. You know what I mean? It's the same type of thing. Like, you don't want your ad to be black and white, done on a 8mm camera or something like, you get my drift, right? So, by the way, do I have barbecue sauce in my face? That's why I said, all right, so anyway, so, quick review, all right? Starts with your vision. You get rid of the socialitis, nobody bothering you, get rid of your loser friends, all of that insecure people that are subliminally trying to tear you down and want to make themselves feel better. They're using you as a punching bag to make themselves feel, get rid of them, all right? No socialitis. Then energy distribution. You have to be an energy power plant, kind of like a nuclear power plant, where you are converting your emotions into your vision, and then after the vision goes through the vision, activate the right side of your brain, the creative side of your brain, and then convert it into energy distribution, and then start to think income producing activities. Access your hardware, software, and begin to do all of your market research and brainstorming and thinking up your business model. And there's multiple business models, and assessing your competition, and then thinking about your price, and then just go dive into just a writing binge, writing. If you are already in business, or whether you're going to be successful this year, successful the next year, you're like, oh my God, I'm just growing my business, everything's great. So everything falls apart. You just do it all over again, all right? That's why it's important for us to go over that. Now, you have to understand the difference between publishing and advertising, okay? And this is important because, we love to talk about how to launch, right? And when you launch, you utilize other people sending the traffic for you, and you pay them a commission. So there's no paid ads needed. You don't need money to make money, all that good stuff. Also, you could have a service instead of a product. That way you don't need to even have a product. So it's like, and then the best part about it is it's like a slingshot, and you get so much momentum. You make all of this money all at once. It's really a freaking awesome thing that's how I've made a lot of money all at once, right? And so I'm sharing that with you. But something that's even more important is getting prepared for you to do your own stuff. For instance, when the money comes in, you don't want to be reliant off of everyone else. That's great. You got an affiliate program, but to truly scale, it's great to be able to advertise yourself, pay for ads yourself, etc. And we're going to get into that now. So with publishing and advertising, you would think, for instance, a publisher is someone who is a vendor, right? You'd think it's someone who writes a book. And then the advertiser is someone who advertises for you, right? Well, on a lot of networks and in the internet marketing world, it's backwards. They call people like me who write a book or something the advertisers, and they're the ones paying the affiliates to promote, like on a CPA network or whatnot. And the publisher is someone who goes out there and does blogging or YouTube videos or whatever. They're your affiliates. So it's backwards, okay? So when it comes to that, you've probably seen all of these terms, right? You see CPA, CPM, CPC, all of these different, CPL. What do you think all these mean, right? Cost per, okay? That's cost per action, cost per impressions, cost per click, cost per lead, right? Then you've also heard me talk about B2B, B2C. All right, there's all those things. That's business to business. That's like, you're a business person, I'm a business person, this is business to business. Business to consumer is like, hey, I've got a CD, and you're going to want to listen to it and bob your head and enjoy the music, that type of thing. All right, so back to this. We're going to get back into that. I don't want to get ahead of myself with the paid traffic and all of that, right? PPC, all that stuff. PPC, by the way, is like, for instance, Google AdWords, right? You're paying per click, okay? Now on Facebook, with Facebook ads, which we'll get into in a little bit, it can be done in a heck of a lot of other ways. It can be done with Google AdWords too in a heck of a lot of other ways. Google AdWords now has Gmail ads where your ad will pop up in people's Gmail accounts. So these big monolith freaking gigantic companies like Facebook and Google, they're traffic drivers, right? Like if I were to create just a little quick illustration of it, it's like YouTube video isn't even the top of the pyramid, right? You got a YouTube video, etc. And then the YouTube video goes to your website, right? And then there's an opt-in, it goes into your, Aweber account or something, and then goes into your sales page, and then it goes to your members area, all right? The YouTube video isn't even, it's driving traffic to your website, but there's a way to advertise your YouTube video. This is what I tell people with their domains or whatnot. Don't just put it on a marketplace like freaking GoDaddy premiums or whatever. Also, drive traffic at it, okay? So, affiliates will drive traffic at your website, but PPC is a way to drive traffic at anything. You can't drive traffic at PPC. Another one is Craigslist. There's big companies like this where you can pay them for their traffic, all right? But we're getting ahead of ourselves, all right? Look, I'm gonna be just real straight with you, okay? The customer's always right, okay? So you got your customer here, okay? You got your boss, and then you got your employee, and then you got your outsourced employee in Philippines. Okay? So it's like this, okay? All right, eye of the pyramid, customer's always right, all right? So, back to the question at hand. Okay, all right. So after we're done writing, you do all of your, brainstorming, and you've done your swipe file and everything, and you've also come up with all of your formats. Now you're going to get ready to branch out, and it's important now to illustrate. So at this point, you're going to start doing diagrams, and the reason why you want to do diagrams and then maybe perhaps film them with Camtasia or whatever, okay, got little pointers and arrows and stuff like that, is if you are going to create a software, or if you're going to create a service and you're going to hire people to fulfill that service. You might even start getting sales and then wait until you get the sales and then hire people, but have your diagrams done. So now it's writing, now it's drawing. So you're going to draw out your diagrams, and then you're going to explain to people, hey, this is what I want my site to look like. And heck, you're going to want to, even if you're creating the page yourself, you're creating the site yourself, you're still going to want to have reference and understand. And sometimes you could be like, well, that's not going to work because I have no space there, or I want to put a video there or something like that. So that's the next step in all of this, is drawing out the diagrams. And then you might want to go to freelancer.com and hire someone for $200 to build an app or build a software or something. You get the drift, right? So at that point, you're in the money. That's right. All right. So you remember how I was talking about table of contents, right? It's a pretty good time to do that too. Make sure that if you are doing a format like, you're creating even a membership site, or you have a video database in your membership site, your table of contents can be very, very freaking powerful. Your table of contents can also, for instance, Chapter 1, Intro. Chapter 2, Getting Started. Don't just call it Getting Started. We're talking about this same thing will be on your website. You've probably seen a website before. Here's on this person's screen, this is all they can see when they come. And then you scroll down, right? It says, hi, how are you? My name is Jamie Lewis, right? Attention, interest, desire, action, right? So you're going along down here. And it worked for this person and this person. You got testimonials there, right? So it's like, hi, I'm Jamie Lewis. I had a problem. I solved the problem between interest and desire. It also worked for these people. So I'll tell you what, I'll make you a deal you can't refuse. It's going to solve this, okay? That's where your table of contents, the benefits. Now these benefits are stuff like get better conversion rates, spend more time with your family, etc. Much different than features. Now bullet points are like those things where you see it's like, damn, man, or sometimes you see check mark, check mark, check mark. Yeah, like build a website in, this is like the launch creator bullet, build website in 5 minutes. Or, you know, and a lot of the other ones are like no paid traffic needed. You know, but you've probably seen those where the X, right? You know, it's like no traffic needed, no paid ads needed, no, you know, no product needed, right? So that's kind of like a benefit area. And then here with features, features are more technical, okay? It's not benefits. It's like features are like drag and drop interface. You know, expired domains. Okay, like, so again, no matter if you're doing a book or if you're doing a website or whatnot, that's one of the most important things next to, you know. So with your diagram, if you're doing a physical product, right, you want to find a manufacturer and then when you get your prototype, you ask this manufacturer, do you do prototype? Can you get me a prototype before I buy, you know, 50,000 units of it? The reason is once you get your prototype, you can then do a video showing the prototype and getting pre-orders. Okay? Now, those pre-orders come in, cha-ching, go back to the manufacturer and boom, 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 boom. Okay? And then you can pay the manufacturer, all right, now I want 1,000 of them. Okay? The only problem that you might encounter is if you get your timing right and it takes, and you know, ask the manufacturer how long it's going to take. If they say it takes 6 months or whatever, you have to tell your customer, hey, it's going to take 6 months. Okay? That comes way down there. That's going to be over there where we're talking about happy customers. Okay? So manufacturing is freaking cool. Inventions, and I know there's a ton of people who have no college degree, they have no money, they're living with their parents, but they still got really great ideas for inventions. And so first step, well, the real first step is writing, and then the next step is drawing it out so that you can prepare that to a manufacturer, okay? If you're doing digital products, then straight to a developer to help you with your digital products, okay? So, all right, you ready for this? This is when we start to get serious about branding, okay? So as we were talking about here, brand names, okay? Now, you're thinking to yourself, all right, I just created an amazing software where the person can train their dog and they're gonna go to the software and they're gonna put in their objectives or whatever. It'd be like, oh, this, check which problem the dog has. It's peeing on the bed or it's barking or it's biting or whatever. And so the software, what it does is by the end of them putting it in, it gives them certain time frames and calculates what they need to do with the dog or something, like, it could be a really cool app or something like that. So what would be a really great brand name / domain name for this dog training software? So first of all, the shorter the better, right? Well, we could think 2 words. You've seen me with all my products, like Launch Creator, for instance. It's 2 words, right? So check it out. Dog trainer. The only problem with this is that it is actually a keyword. And so you want to be careful that someone who's actually looking for a dog trainer, you might get into trouble because then you get low conversions because it's actually kind of like a clickbait thing, okay? Let's bring it back to this. Imagine if you put a picture of a beautiful blonde girl here, people click on that, they end up on a profile, okay, beautiful blonde girl, right? Well, she looks great. Conversion, all right, I'm gonna go out on a date with you. They show up to the date and it's a hairy fat guy, okay? That is like refund, 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 no one likes it. Or even worse, like say here, I guess the equivalent to that would be like, it's a beautiful blonde girl and they end up here and there's a hairy fat guy or something, right? So that's why you gotta be careful with your brand names, right? So that's the idea, like behind this, like dog, like let me think, for those of you who are creating an app like that, it'd be like dog corrector. All right, this is like, I know it sucks, but you get my drift, like something really original, okay? Like, hey, Launch Creator, right? Buying a domain name that's based on a keyword that people are searching is awesome, but for another business model, not for your brand name. Like your brand name, you've probably seen corporate names like mobo.com or something like that. They're like corporate names, right? Like what's another Kajabi, right? Those are like corporate names. Those are cool too. But for niche stuff, it's like you want like that identity type of thing where people can remember it. Like ClickFunnels, for instance, right? So look, if we're talking about a one-word brand name, that's much different. Like I would have loved to have beats.com, okay? So that's much different. I mean, that's just the total authority. It's gonna be a little more expensive though if you can hang with that. I did this experiment for my pickup artist website 10 years ago. And I was like, I'm gonna let the people tell me which domain name or brand name to get. So I put 10 domain names that I hadn't bought yet on rotation, and you could do this back then with Google AdWords. And I saw which ones had the highest click-through rate. And that could be a good or a bad thing because, people could be clicking just because they think the name is funny or something. And then you get a higher click-through rate, and I think it would help you in the long term, but you'd get a lot of people clicking just because they thought it was funny instead of like just really like being clear with what it is that they're going to get once they click and they're on the other side, right? So it should be something that is short, something that isn't too complicated, and you're really going to love me for teaching you this, because if you were ever on a radio station or on CNBC or something, and someone says, oh, it was great talking to you, like if you're ever in an interview, it stinks to have to be like spelling your domain name, you know what I mean? So with a brand name, it should be like, yeah, come to launchcreator.com. It's very simple, right? So again, come up with something simple, but something that isn't a keyword. If you want to sell domains, keyword domains are great for that. Like you don't, it's funny, it's opposite. With a brandable domain like Launch Creator or something, unless it's making a ton of money, you wouldn't be able to sell it on Flipper or something, but you would be able to sell a keyword domain. Those have intrinsic value. Like those are worth something right off the bat without even making money. But when it comes to your brand name, you're not going to want to do howtobuildanewokvillage.com. That's the name of your video. You'd want to do something close to that though, like if you're going to teach how to build tree houses, it would be like treehousemaster.com. Now, there's all sorts of other words, like you would take the smallest keyword possible, like beats, remember the beats keyword? So it'd be like beats master, beats tonight, beats city, beats on tap, beats quick beats, e-beats, I-beats, you know, like those types of things, all right? So with, you know, you could do that, like iDog or Z-Dog or something, like, you know, but that's the idea behind brand name, and this is the really fun part about it. And you could, you know, with friends of yours or whatever, you can run ideas by them, or, you know, ask them for ideas. That's the one good thing about socialitis, I guess, is that you can run ideas by people, but don't let them get you down, all right? Because a lot of insecure people would be like, that's a stupid idea, that's a stupid idea, that's a stupid idea, you suck. And you'd be like, wow, why am I hanging around this person? You know what I mean? So that's a good brand name lesson. I know my domains, and I think you'd be able to get a lot of value from that. All right, so let's move on. So you ready for the next part? We're going to talk about your team, okay? Kind of an inside joke. Here's your team. It's you. No, I mean, I'll be serious about it. But it starts with you. You are the brains. I'll give this guy 2 brains. Well, right and a left, okay? He's the thinker. He's come up with the idea. So, obviously, you have a couple options though, okay? You've got a sales guy who's on commission. He could be on standby. And then you've always got freelancer. Like if you get a ton of orders, of course, and you're like, I can't do all of these myself. You've probably seen the movies where they got an exploding business and they're just, the whole house is filled with boxes and they're like packing the boxes or whatever. You've seen some people, they have crafts and stuff like that, you know. But I'm talking about like if you have somebody, and this is all commission type stuff or rev share stuff, where 100% of the profits, okay, can be broken down into like 20%. This would be a 20% to the sales guy. And then you've got another 10%. Use this wisely, okay? And then that leaves you with 70%, and you can give another 20%. So think about increments like that to your team, okay? Now, obviously, if someone doesn't pull their weight, you've got to really outline your terms or whatever. But this is the next thing I'm talking about when it comes to your business, okay? Is your team. Rev share, and then commission. Your operations. So you've got your diagram, you've come up with all of this. You're getting ahead of yourself, I think, and you're giving yourself way too much things to do in one sitting when it comes to writing. You know, you got to come up with your brand names, your bullets, your ideas, your angles, because that's going to also dictate, you know what, you might, at that point, you might rethink what you came up with here. You might be like, you know what, this isn't going to work. And you haven't wasted too much time, right? But after doing all of this brainstorming stuff, the next thing is to come up with if you are going to have partners or not. Because sometimes you can do it all yourself with help from freelancer and a couple sales guys, and then of course you have, there isn't much room here, but affiliates, right? Affiliates are freaking awesome, man. I love all my affiliates, okay? And that's automatic pretty much, like if you're using an affiliate marketplace, okay? But affiliates are like a non-exclusive type of thing, and then this is exclusivity here. These are like business partners, guys who are handling a lot for you, you know what I mean? So very, very important. But remember, so you come up with your operations, and the operations are what all the team members are going to be doing. Okay, like, and so it's a good idea for you to write out, you know, hey, you are going to be doing this, and then you are going to be doing this, and you are going to be doing this. You know, I mean, this is one person, you know what I mean? Like, here are your responsibilities. So that's the operations type of design, and then communication with your team members on what they're going to be doing, okay? So after you've figured out your team and everything, your operations, then one of the next things you're going to do is how are you going to sell this? And what I mean by that is payment processing, okay? So let me just kind of take up some space here, okay? We are going to, you know, so you have options, okay? PayPal, and these are just some of them. There are literally hundreds of these companies that handle it all for you, and then you're in their hands. So the one thing that you gotta just be careful with is if you do 100 grand in one day with PayPal, say you do a webinar and it's freaking amazing, right? And then you drop back down, like, so if this is $0 and this is 100 grand, and then the next day it's 0, PayPal will call you and be like, what the hell? Okay, what was that and what was that? If you keep going at 100 grand and then more, they're gonna really like you a lot. But if you drop back down, they're gonna be like very iffy about you, okay? Because this is their company, they can do what they want. And you're using them, and everything is on them. They have merchant accounts, and we'll talk about that, merchant account. But the best way to do it is if you are gonna do 100 grand, contact PayPal first, right? Stripe is a great company, I love Stripe. And the reason why I haven't put ClickBank here or anything like that is because it's not really a payment processor, okay? Now, before I get into all those types of things, let's talk about merchant accounts. You can search online, or you can go to your bank. Usually your bank, they'll use there's one really gigantic merchant processor called First Data. And I don't know, everyone uses them. But when we're doing like digital products and stuff, a lot of the time they call that high risk, right? Because it's not a tangible product. It's not like you're sending it to someone, right? So you want to actually, if you're in internet marketing or, you know, you want to look up high risk merchant accounts, or sometimes there's some intermediary types of companies that do the brokering and find you processing, and then you're basically, for Visa and MasterCard, this merchant account has a direct kind of like a direct relationship with Visa and MasterCard, and then American Express, you're actually dealing with them directly, actually. American Express is a pretty great company. So, but of course everyone has a Visa card, second is MasterCard, and then American Express, and then you got like Diners Club, all that, you know, Discover, and then all the other ones, right? So, you know, you should have a PayPal account. You probably already do. Stripe is coming up, man. They're great. And then this is like if you're just doing things yourself, like if you're selling services, or if you've sold anything on eBay before, you probably have a PayPal account. So get one and start packing it with cash using these strategies. But if you are going to sell a book, like, or a membership website, you know, like Ted's Woodworking or Beats 365, or have your own program that you want to sell for $30. And again, I'm a musician. I started off with hip hop beats. It's freaking amazing selling your album or your intellectual property for $30 a pop. Okay, that's freaking cool. Okay, so at that point, you can go to ClickBank, and this is the only reason why you would do that. The best part about ClickBank is there's affiliates. There's all of these guys, all these affiliates that will drive traffic at your offer. So you sign up for an account with ClickBank, it's free, And you can start promoting stuff right away, and ClickBank will send you a paycheck every time you get a commission for selling stuff. But if you wanted to sign up and then sell your own products, then there's a little space inside your account. It says, what's your sales page? And again, that's like the dating site analogy. It's like your profile, right? And then there's a thank you page, okay? So I'm getting ahead of myself a little bit, but all right, so before we get too ahead of ourselves, you know, we're talking a lot about ClickBank now and all that stuff. So we're gonna jump right into an extended traffic explanation, because I know everybody wants to learn how to get traffic to their website, etc. It's one of the most frequently asked questions ever. So I will drop knowledge, multiple sources of traffic right now. We're gonna talk about free traffic, paid traffic, assets, all sorts of really cool things. Traffic assets, I should say. And then we're gonna get right back into building a funnel. And I'm gonna use this whiteboard for a lot of that. So first of all, you have to understand this, guys. Write this down and listen to what I'm saying, okay? Traffic is the result of advertising, okay? For those of you who don't know, or for those that do know, but kind of overlooked this fact, you advertise, right? What's the result of advertising? People coming to your store or coming to your restaurant or coming to your website, all right? So there's multiple ways of advertising, pretty much. And there's multiple ways of getting traffic also without the typical idea you have in your head of advertising, like a billboard on the side of the road, or a radio ad, or a TV ad, or a banner ad, or etc. There's multiple ways of doing that, okay? All right, so the first thing I have to explain too is you can be an affiliate or you can be a vendor. All right, now the reason I'm explaining this is because as an affiliate, it's really your job to get traffic, right? As a vendor, it's more of a job to receive the traffic. Now, as a vendor, you're also gonna probably wanna do some paid traffic, you're gonna wanna get banner ads, you're gonna wanna have an affiliate program. So it's kind of like if you're a vendor, you're receiving traffic from affiliates, and if you're an affiliate, where are you gonna receive the traffic? Well, there's multiple ways of doing this. In fact, I'm going to also show you a method where you can be an affiliate and have other affiliates send you traffic, believe it or not, okay? I've never seen this lesson anywhere online. It's kind of interesting, and you will see how it makes sense. But then I want to talk a little bit, because we're talking about so much affiliate marketing here in terms of, you know, the basics and the foundation of understanding how to get traffic, right? We're going to also talk about affiliate networks, okay? Okay, and that would be, some of my favorites are ClickBank, Commission Junction, JVZoo, I should say Amazon, of course. There's this little network called Warrior Plus for MMO products, digital, you know, B2B products, stuff like that. And I guess what we'll do is we'll talk a little bit about all of those. Of course, there's many, many more, you have to understand, okay? There's many, many more marketplaces where affiliates and vendors are getting together, right? So, we're also going to talk about launches and cross promos and what are the difference between those, okay? After we talk about that, we're going to talk about your list, okay? And when I talk about your list, you have to understand that this is also an intro into email marketing, which is an entire art on its own, okay? It's worthy of a 12-hour video, okay? But we will dive into it a little bit. And then we're going to talk about your YouTube, We're going to talk about your Facebook. And I'm talking about just organic right here. I haven't gotten into the paid ads thing. And then we're going to talk about appearances. And then we're going to talk about paid traffic. All right, now with paid traffic, we're going to be talking about PPC, AdWords, Facebook ads, solo ads, banner ads. And then we're going to talk about something really interesting, okay? We're also going to talk about internet real estate. All right, and what is this? Expired domain names. YouTube channels for sale. Bam! We're going to talk about Facebook pages for sale. We're going to talk about buying a website. We're going to talk about buying a list. And then I also want to just add in some little notes here, like Craigslist and forums and little alternative ways of getting traffic. And then we'll talk about adult video sites. I know that's a little bit, risque, but throw that in there. All right. What do you do with all of this traffic once you've acquired your, people's YouTube accounts? You've acquired an expired domain name that was a huge website and someone forgot to pay the bill or whatnot, or gave up on it. Like you see it sometimes with like presidential campaigns. Once the one campaigner loses, sometimes they let their domain expire. It's happened. And then there's a ton of traffic coming from the domain, right? So what do you do when you acquire this traffic? You do one or two things. You're either going to use it as an affiliate to get commissions, or you're going to be sending it to, for instance, your squeeze page to build a list, or you're going to be using it to just straight up make a lot of money and sell your services or products, right? So with these different affiliate networks, ClickBank has a lot of info products. They have categories, okay? And some of their categories are, for instance, business and investing. You'll see a lot of stock market, how to play the stock market. And then you'll see a lot of crypto offers like, hey, how to make money with Bitcoin and altcoins and stuff like that. You'll see other categories like health and fitness, where they've got everything from how to cure your rotting foot to how to solve your diabetes, etc. Stuff that I don't really dabble in, but gigantic. There's six-pack abs, how to lose weight. You've probably seen a lot of those types of offers. A lot of digital products. ClickBank is one of the first sites that I got involved in way back in the day, and I got involved with them not because I wanted affiliates. I didn't even know what affiliates was. I didn't know about PayPal, and I didn't know about merchant accounts or anything like that. So I did a search on Google, and ClickBank came up. I said, how to take payments, how to process payments, and ClickBank came up. I thought, oh wow, it's only $50 to have a vendor account. So I signed up, and then before I knew it, I was making all these sales, and they weren't for the full amount. And I was like, what the heck's going on there? And it was because affiliates were pushing it for me. So, for instance, my site back then was $15, right? And so I log into the ClickBank account, there was like $40, and I saw there was like 8 sales or something. I was like, why is it only like, it's not 15, if obviously 8 sales at $15 would be a heck of a lot more than $40, right? But it was because affiliates were selling it. So I was like, oh, they're not gonna take my money. And so I killed the affiliate percentage, and I brought it all the way down to like 5% or something. And then the next day there wasn't any money. I was like, huh, well, I guess I could use the affiliates, because if I'm sending traffic myself, I'll keep 100%, and that's just extra money. And little did I know I was way down on the marketplace. You move up on that marketplace, it's kind of like the Billboard charts. Like if your song is like the #1 song in the United States, you get to #1, you're famous, right? Well, that's kind of how it is on ClickBank as a vendor, right? As an affiliate, they come in really freaking handy just as an affiliate who has a YouTube channel or whatever, because sometimes it's like, what the heck do you sell? Like that example I gave before, like you have a tree house YouTube channel where you're doing carpentry. It's like, how can you monetize from that? You can sell hammers and nails and Home Depot affiliate program in your description box. But what about when it comes to instructional stuff, right? Because a lot of the sites on ClickBank are made to convert with cold traffic. They're really hot offers. It's like an infomercial all on one page. So ClickBank is really great for digital products. They also have physical products, and now they've gotten more into, I think they're pretty much everything except for like services. So when you apply for ClickBank, if you apply for approval, if you have your own product, be careful not to tell them that you're going to be doing a service for someone. So ClickBank isn't really the place to go if you want to do a service. That's more like PayPal or a merchant account, all right? Commission Junction is one of the biggest affiliate networks that handles the affiliate tracking for a lot of big companies. Like I believe Home Depot, I just brought that up, I think they're on Commission Junction. Best Buy is on Commission Junction, Musician's Friend is on Commission Junction, and you can check it out by going to cj.com. It's very similar to Amazon, except Amazon is just like when you join Amazon, you're putting you're basically just, as an affiliate, you're letting them take care of everything, and they just have, it's through Amazon, so it's 1% for everything, pretty much. With Commission Junction, it can go all over the place. There could be like an airplane parts company that gives out 10%, all right? Straight off the bat, like 10%. And every company on Commission Junction, it's up to them to decide their own rules. So they're all independent companies that have all their own rules. That's pretty much the way I could explain it. Me, I'm like a big launch guy. I'm have a lot of experience with Commission Junction like way back in the day, but nowadays, the only commissions I get from Commission Junction nowadays are with the GoDaddy affiliate program, because I'm into big, domaining and stuff. So that's the only experience I have nowadays. So I'm not gonna go off on a rant about Commission Junction solely because I don't do a lot of it nowadays. But back in the day, I used to sell musical instruments like crazy on there with Beats 365, because the Musician's Friend affiliate program is with Commission Junction, and they would pay all the way up to 8%. Now, Amazon, I believe, does, it's like they start you off slow with a smaller percentage when you're getting started out, and if you make enough sales, you get a bigger percentage. But with physical products, which we're talking about right now, you got to give the vendors a break. They're not going to pay you 70% commission like a ClickBank product, because there's an actual profit margin, there's an actual physical product. Like if there's a digital product, this is what I see a lot of people make a big mistake, is when they're starting out, they're just like me and making that mistake where I made my percentage really low because I was like, I don't want affiliates getting a percentage. That's a big mistake, because without those affiliates, there's a lot of them, and so power in numbers, you're going to make much, much more, but you've got to do at least 50%. I've seen guys do 30%. Oh, but it's a really great product. Well, you're on a marketplace, and if you look at every other offer on ClickBank Marketplace, they're all like 70%, 60%, 75%. Okay, so in this, because it's a digital product, it's like, that type of thing. JVZoo is an affiliate network where I had Domainer Elite on JVZoo, and it did almost $1 million in sales. It's a great product. You should check it out too. Launch Creator is on JVZoo as well. JVZoo is a great network where you have a lot more control over your processing. So for instance, it's up to you to process with JVZoo. All they are is solely an affiliate network, okay? ClickBank is an affiliate network and they have their own processing. So you're processing through ClickBank. So you need to make sure your rates are good. If you get beyond a 20% refund rate, you can get in trouble with ClickBank and they can start to take a bigger percentage of your sales and hold it for a certain amount of time. All right, so then you got JVZoo. They're a company that you can sign up to access their marketplace and you can do a launch on there and everything, but you're gonna use your own processing like Stripe or your own merchant account, and therefore you plug in authorize.net, which is a gateway. We'll get into more of that all, of course, link in description box if you need, or comment and let me know you want more elaboration. And, of course, Amazon is gigantic, okay? Amazon has a market cap of like $1 trillion or something, okay? They control like 50% of all internet sales. To put that in perspective, like eBay, I think is some really small percentage of internet sales, like 8% or something. Walmart is like 10%, something like that. But Amazon is like 50% of internet sales. And so the great thing about Amazon is, for instance, when the Ebola scare came out, I went on Facebook and I said, hey, everyone get a mask. And I dropped my affiliate link. That was just totally goofing around. What happened was the next day I logged into my account and I saw that I'd done all these sales, and there was like diapers and all this different random stuff. The reason is that there's a cookie. Amazon will remember the person who clicks on your affiliate link, right? So you post your affiliate link on, a traffic source like your Facebook fan page or something. Someone will click on that link and they might not buy what you're selling. I don't think anyone bought a gas mask, right? So they click on your link and then they buy stuff like maybe 10 hours later. They come back to Amazon and actually buy something. You get a commission for that. So all you need to do is just remember this. Grab your affiliate link inside, your associates program, and etc. And then now you have an affiliate link. You can do email blasts with it. You can do whatever you want. Post it in the description box of your YouTube video. You're selling makeup, you do a makeup tutorial or whatnot. You might have a makeup channel. I know a lot of girls that I've taught end up doing these makeup channels, and you sell just say you do a whole for Halloween or something, you show everyone how to dress up like a pixie or a devil or something. In the description box of your YouTube channel, you could have like $60 worth of stuff. And then you're gonna get a commission every time someone goes through and buys those things, or commissions from other stuff that they buy. So it's a really, really cool affiliate program. Of course, it's Amazon. They invented it, Jeff Bezos is the man. So next I wanted to tell you about this up and coming place for marketing products, Warrior Plus. Very similar to JVZoo. They do have a wallet system, which is really cool. And then that wallet, you can take out your money into Stripe. So those are the affiliate networks. Of course, as an affiliate, if you need products to promote, you go there. Go to one of them. Everyone thinks, oh, since I have that, that's the only thing I want to talk about, and I'm going to be making money because these things exist. You're not going to make any money. You need traffic, all right? So that's why we're doing this, and there's a lot to it. So that I am like a launch person. A lot of my money has come from affiliates driving traffic, and they take a percentage, right? Affiliates like you guys, or affiliates like some of the other vendors that I do cross promos with, or I do interviews with, or whatnot, okay? So, of course, launches is a way of getting traffic, all right? You announce a date that you're launching, and you do a contest for 7 days, and this comes at the end where I'm gonna elaborate a lot more on that. The reason I'm bringing that up right now is because it's different than a cross promo. A cross promo is when you email someone, like another vendor, and you say, hey man, would you like to do a cross promo this month? Now this is very, very good way for you to get free traffic, and you can also do it just as an affiliate too. You email someone and you say, hey, do you have an email list? And they say, yeah. And they say, do you have an email list? And you say, no. You say, well, look, I'm doing a lot of things this month. I'm launching my products and I'm making things happen. Could we schedule a cross promo? Could you promote me and I'll promote you back? Okay? The person says, yeah, sure. Now, some of them say no. If you email enough of them, like 30 or 40 people, you're going to get a few people that will actually mail you first. You know, have a discussion with them, and then they'll mail you first, and then now you have a list, you can promote them back. And that's why it would work as an affiliate or a vendor, because if you have a squeeze page or something, you say, email my squeeze page, and you make commissions, and then now you have a list because 3 or 4 of those 40 people emailed you. Now you promote them back. That's the cross promo strategy. It's the universal cross promo strategy. All right? Make it happen. So, you know, when I'm talking about cross promos, I'm talking about email marketing, right? So we're going to talk a little bit about email marketing. The power of email marketing is, of course, once you do all of these things and you bring traffic to your site, you have an opt-in box. You know, people are, you know, says, hey, get the free newsletter here, opt in. Email marketing is gigantic because it's the art of, once you acquire a lead, then what are you going to do with that lead? You're going to have an autoresponder with a follow-up series telling them exactly how, you know, telling your subscribers, keeping them up to date. And look at it this way, right? When you build your list, it's going to be like, you know, 100 people, okay? They come to your website. Now, if you're not into email marketing, you're like, I don't want to do that, then you might sell like 1 or 2 products and you make 40 bucks. And then these people, most of those people, 98 of them, leave, right? So if you had an opt-in box here, remember, sometimes you don't want an opt-in box. Sometimes it can be considered a leak, depending on the traffic source or depending on the offer or what you're doing. Like if you're so the end of a webinar or something, the call to action should be one thing, right? But we're talking about, hey, you got a website, you do want to think about building a list because of this reason. 98 people would have left, but this time 40 people opt in. Okay? That's why we want to talk a lot about email marketing. I don't know if it's going to happen in this video, but this is what happens. So 40 people are now in your list, like you're using Aweber or GetResponse or MailChimp or Market Hero or many of the other autoresponder companies that, you know, email marketing companies that you can get down with. So these 40 people are in there. They didn't buy anything though. You know, this opt-in went to a thank you page, but they didn't buy anything yet, okay? So these 40 people are now on your list, and they should be hit with a, hey, welcome to the newsletter. Get a bunch of free stuff. Here's your stuff, here's this, here's this, here's this, and stay tuned for updates, right? That's day 1. You set it up to go out day 1. Then day 2, it's like, hey, did you ever know that this could happen? And you send out an email. Bam, you get 2 more sales. 40 bucks. Okay? Day 3. Day 4, day 5, day 6. You're making money with your list, right? So you're retaining this. You know, you're retaining it. Now, yeah, you do get a very high percentage, a high opt-in rate, okay? And it's also a good indicator, like what I was going to tell you before was when I'm doing consulting and people are like, hey man, what's wrong with my site, etc., I'm not getting any sales. My next question is usually, well, are you getting opt-ins? Same thing with when you sell a site by itself not making any money is, I say, yeah, $1,000. That's usually like the amount of money someone pays for a site. If you go to GoDaddy, it's I think $1,500 for them to, you know, for a custom site, right? So the idea, I say, you know, well, what is your opt-in rate? That's the next question, because it takes a lot for someone to buy something, but it doesn't take much for someone to opt in. Okay, so that's like the next thing that's a little more easier than making sales. And so what I was saying is when you go to sell your site, it's worth $1,500 or $1,000 or something just on its own. But how much traffic and how many leads is your site getting? It might not be making sales, right? But it's going to be worth something if it's actually functioning and building a list. And so then you can add that value onto your site. You can be like, well, it doesn't make any money just yet, but it gets 10,000 leads a month. It's not going to just sell for $1,000 anymore. You know what I mean? So you might have some little conversion issues and you can't figure out the niche and you don't have time for it. But that's why it's pretty important to get into this. All right. So then, you know, a lot of the time when we launch and everything, when we do that 7-day contest, the majority of your traffic from affiliates is all of them sending email traffic, blasting. We call it blasting, right? So in the morning you hit up your affiliates, you're like, hey man, did you blast yet? You know, that's what that means. Did you send out a promotion? So on your thank you page, we'll get into this in a little bit. On your JV page, you're going to have a whole bunch of pre-written swipes, you know, examples for people to use. Usually don't recommend for people to just copy and paste it. You get lackluster results, but they're examples to show people exactly what to write in your emails when you're promoting something, okay? So that's the difference between launches and cross promos. And, you know, we got into a little bit of how to build a list and some email marketing, a little basics, right? Now let's talk about your YouTube channel, all right? Your YouTube channel is a great medium between retaining traffic the same way as like your list does, and a straight up traffic generator, bringing brand new people that had never heard of you before to your website or to build your list. It's a great intermediary machine where you're sending, you might do paid traffic, you might do this, you might do that, and you send it to your YouTube video to boost it and to get your video ranking, and then it's retaining because you know, people are subscribing and you're building a fan base. So it's, you know, if I could illustrate that really quick, this is pretty important. Because you know I'm a big YouTube guy. So, I mean, I'm not that big. I'm not going to tune my own horn. There's people who do much better than I do. The way it goes down is, think of it like here. This is your channel. And you got comments, you know, likes, and you got this little box, subscribers. It's a machine, it's a traffic machine, but it's not the end-all traffic machine. Because if you upload a video, you've probably seen this before, you might not know how to rank it yet, and we'll get into that. I'm not bad at ranking. It's just, it's not my sole focus. I'm not like one of these guys like Deadbeat Super Affiliate who just spends all day doing YouTube videos, or I'm doing a lot of other stuff. So, you know, you're gonna probably see this video on my YouTube channel. You'll see this is my marketing YouTube channel. I have another one that has like 15 million views or something. It's all sorts of weird stuff like music videos, and the one video I got that is like 12 million views. It's like a BizOp video. It's actually built a list, but it went viral in like Argentina or something. Anyway, so you know, you got PPC, you know, like Google, you know, video ads running to your YouTube channel. You got all these other traffic sources. You know, Insta, you know, you got all this. Boom. So it'd be like bam, bam, bam to your YouTube channel. And then from the description box, boom to your website. And then boom from your website into your list. You know, and spits you out on a thank you page, you know, the thank you page from your opt-in in the autoresponder. When you create that form, you say affiliate link. So it happens almost automatically. Someone would click on here and they'd go here. They'd be like, oh, all right, I'll opt in. Boom. Now I'm on Ted's Woodworking or Launch Creator, right? Boom. They buy it, you get a commission. So you'd be like, what the heck? I made a commission from my YouTube video. So that's how it goes down, all right? So YouTube is crazy. We're also going to talk about how you can just straight up buy a YouTube video, and it's not theory. I have one of the most incredible stories. All the gurus to this day still talk about it in their, they say, you know, look at this, if this guy could do it, like they don't know it was a business partner of mine. I have to give the credit to him. We'll get into that a little bit, but anyway. So yeah, so then now Facebook organically is awesome. And one of the best examples is the crypto girl case study we did. With that, it was like I took a talented crypto enthusiast and I said, hey, you ever heard of internet marketing? She said, nope. I said, all right, well, here's how it's going to go down. I said, you're going to be an internet celebrity. She's like, really? And I was like, yeah. It's like, you got to talk about your crypto stuff though. She's like, no, I don't want to talk about that. I'm like, sorry, but that's the way it's going down. You're going to love it. She's like, all right, I'll give it a shot. So I was like, all right, open up this Facebook fan page. Step 2, post a real hot picture of yourself. Step 3, send some ads at the picture. Boom, went crazy, you know? And she's like, oh, that's cool. And so she kept updating the page every day. And I mean, this is someone who had no idea about internet marketing. I mean, it's the easiest thing. Just you post on there, and then for her, I don't know. I mean, dudes all over the place were just like, and then before you know it, I was like, all right, now it's time. You got this big fan base. Now why don't you promote something? So there was this crypto launch that came out on JVZoo. And I told her, I said, do this, do this, do this, do this, promote this. You know, I went through stuff like this. And she ended up number 3 on the leaderboard. And it was a $200,000 or $300,000 launch, and it was recurring. So it was like really like an $800,000 launch. And she was number 3 from her Facebook fan page. Now she at that point had been building a list too. And she had some YouTube stuff, but it wasn't as good as the YouTube stuff she was doing wasn't as good as her Facebook. It was like, Facebook is a different machine. It's like a social networking type of thing. That's an understatement of the year, you know? So yeah, Facebook organically, we'll get into more paid stuff in a little bit, but actually, after I talk about appearances, we're gonna get into that. But yeah, great example. That was a great case study right there. Of course, I got other case studies, like I had a hip hop Facebook page with Matthew Neer. It was another great case study. And then I've got my own. I do a lot of my business on my own personal Facebook page. All my affiliates, that's where I go to communicate with my affiliates. You know what I mean? So, appearances. What this means is like you're gonna do an interview somewhere. This is very, very important. This is one of the things I've always told Crypto Girl to do. Book interviews with people who are bigger than you and have these big Facebook, these YouTube videos. Do an interview with them, especially if you're a vendor, obviously. If you're a vendor and you're like, man, I feel down today. I don't know what I'm gonna do and my revenue is down. And my Facebook ads got banned, or whatever your problem is. Do an appearance, all right? Because it takes an hour of your time and you're gonna get 1,000 opt-ins from this person's, whoever you do the interview with, or go on TV or radio or whatever. You shout out your domain, you're getting free traffic, okay? Remember, this is in the free traffic category here. I haven't gotten into paid traffic yet. Please do more appearances. I tell this a lot of my students this who have products, and you're just spending money on traffic or whatever. Before you spend money on traffic, try it. It's great because videos don't go anywhere. If say for instance, you've got a couple guys that you look up to on YouTube and you've already started to mingle a little bit in the comments with them. Say, hey man, we should do an interview, and try to get that appearance, all right? That's in the music industry, it's like, you know what I mean, you get my drift. Same thing with Instagram, same thing with Facebook. Try to get down with people who are bigger than you and get an appearance, okay? All right, so paid traffic time. Now this is a gigantic lesson. We're gonna go over some of my intuition on it. But basically, I've been doing this since 2004, and it's basically like this. These companies like Google or Facebook, they need to make revenue, right? But at the same time, they need to not become like a place that's just full of spam and bad ads and stuff like that. So it's kind of like a contradiction, and they have a predicament, right? Well, the way that they do it is they allow advertisers to give it a shot, right? So they allow you to give it a shot, and if people like you and they comment and they like you, then Facebook and Google, they're gonna see that and they're gonna reward you, right? They're also gonna reward you like if you're consistent and you're legit, okay? So make sure to verify your domains with Google and with Facebook, and then make sure that you're doing stuff that they like pretty much. So on Facebook, it's a little bit different than AdWords, where Facebook is a happy place. They want you to be really happy, and they want, you know, they have an algorithm that can read what you're saying in a video. You can also, they're also gonna be able to tell your picture like that you're smiling and that there's a blue sky, and they love that. And so try to make your ad, if you're gonna do an ad on Facebook, as I'm talking about that, try to make the ad not look like an ad, all right? If that makes any sense. Because the people who are gonna see your ad, they usually don't like ads, so if they see it and it looks like it's like one of their family members or something like that, they'll be like, oh, who's this? You know, and they become interested. Like if you post something and it looks like, hey, I don't know, it's all like infomercial-like or something, sometimes you can have trouble with that. But in the end, it's like they're gonna see all your activity, right? They're gonna see like if people like it or whatnot, and if they're commenting, and you know, or if they're down, you know, if they're like, I hate this, or if they're complaining on the post or something like that. Facebook's not gonna reward you, because here's the thing. You have one budget that you set, all right? And this is for AdWords too. Well, I mean, you could do it in different ways, but think about it this way. You have one budget and you say, all right, AdWords, all right, Facebook, I wanna pay 20 bucks a day, right? 10 bucks a day or something. Your ad goes live and someone clicks, and you know, if you're doing it pay per click, there's a couple ways of doing it, and it costs $1, right? Someone clicked, now they're at your website and they opt in. So now you got 19 bucks left, right? So what happens if you got a really good ad? Facebook will be like, oh, all right, you're not gonna pay $1 a click. This other guy who no one likes, he's gonna pay $1 a click, and you're gonna pay 50 cents a click. So there's other advertisers, and they're gonna rank you, okay? That's what the whole game is about. So I hope I explained that okay. So basically, also what's very important, and this goes for both pretty much, is you have this $20 thing and you've got all your ducks in a row. Like for instance, your ad, you followed those steps and your ad is quality, the same way as I'm talking about, like, you know what? All this is sometimes null and void if your product is so freaking good, okay? I mean it, like if you put it on affiliate network and stuff, we don't even need to talk about any of this. Same thing for ads. Make sure that your ad by itself is just amazing, and you'll see those clicks go. It won't be $1 a click anymore, all right? When they see the consistent, you know, it's a good ad, they're gonna bring that way down, and it's gonna be like 10 cents a click or something. So you got like, you know, this $20 budget, and you're rocking and rolling with it. Here's your campaign, right? Now you see a couple conversions happen, and you're like, oh, all right, great, this is working. You know, I'm making money. I'm making $40 when I spend $20, right? Keep that the same, and then clone this so that you have now another one. Don't make this $40. Don't increase your budget. Make this, just clone it, and then you're gonna use different interest, or you know, there's other ways of targeting. You can create a lookalike audience. You can do a lot of really cool stuff. All right, so go like this, and then just go all the way down. You know, keep doing that, and make sure that you scale this way. All right. There's a lot of other stuff we could go over, but that's pretty much the thing. You know. So, and then with AdWords, of course, you've probably seen video ads before. Look at what your competition is doing. It's just straight to the point. You can use attention, interest, desire, action with video ads, and that's probably what you've seen me do a lot on YouTube, video ads and stuff, right? But also, of course, PPC, what you got is, you've got a campaign. This is the hierarchy, right? You've got your ad account. Then you've got your campaign. And then you've got your ad set. Well, that's what you call it on Facebook. In Google AdWords, you call it ad group. And then under this, you've got all your keywords. You got your interests. Okay, and that's how you target people. Okay, so yeah, you set up your ad, and you're going to be either paying per click, paying per engagement, paying per view. Okay, and then let's talk a little bit about solos and then banner ads. Okay, solos are a paid email blast. So it's like a lot of the guys who you know and other vendors who have similar products to yours in your niche. They sometimes are solo sellers. Some people aren't, like I'm not. But some people are like, yeah, $500 and I'll send, or $100 or whatever. So you can pay $100 or $200, but you need follow-ups. You remember how I had illustrated all of the follow-ups, day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4. Solo ad traffic stinks, okay? So it's really important to make sure that you're maximizing, and you'll see they opt in, you get 50 people opt in, nothing. But you're getting opt-ins. So that's the name of the game, is you've got to nurture them, because they're getting bombarded with emails from left and right if they're on a list, on one of those lists, okay? Next up, this is a pretty cool idea. You can use a website, and I'll put that link in the description box, to spy on your competition, to find out where they're getting traffic, and then you'll see a lot of the time they're getting the traffic from a banner ad. So it'll be like a blog or something like that. You find out where that banner ad is that's promoting your competitor. You contact the owner of the site and say, hey man, can I buy a banner ad? Boom, you get the same traffic as what your competitor is getting, all right? So I guess kind of skipped over the basics. A banner ad is like a little graphic, right? And that graphic is like, hey, get more love in your life, or something like that. And you click on it, and boom, you're gonna pay CPM, like per impression usually. And it'd be like, 1,000 impressions, $10 or something. I think that's pretty expensive, all right? Next up, internet real estate. This is something that no one freaking talks about. It's awesome. Expired domains, that's what I think I brought it up before. Someone drops their domain, you can scoop it up, and it's already getting traffic. You redirect it to your website. You're like, what the heck? All of a sudden, 10,000 hits a day from nowhere. The place to get expired domains, Domainer Elite or Estabot. All right? Estabot is like estimate robot, right? Estabot.com. Domainer Elite is really cool because it has a filtration system, makes it a lot easier. It's using Estabot, but it makes it a lot easier to find these expired domains. It's so fun because they come out, they release them every couple hours or whatever on Estabot, and you download the Excel file and you go through this 100,000 expired domains and you sort them. Remember to sort them with appraisals descending, so that at the very top it's going to show the ones that are appraised at like $15,000 or $20,000, sometimes $50,000. And you scoop that up, you either flip it or you can drive the traffic at wherever you want. The next internet real estate tactic is, for instance, a YouTube channel for sale. Sometimes they're not for sale, but you can always message the owner and ask them if you can buy it. The way you do that is you click on the about, the owner of the YouTube video, and then it'll show you, email or Facebook or whatever the guy has or girl has made available for people to get in contact with them. So you contact that person and you say, hey, could I pay you $500? And you can either rent, barter, or buy it. Okay, and what I mean by rent is it would be like, hey, put my link in your description, but can I pay you? And it's kind of like buying a banner ad. What we did, which was really funny, was I had this music website and I'd sold it to a business partner, and he bought it. And then within the next couple weeks, it started getting some enormous amount of traffic. Now what he did was very smart. He did what I was telling you to do with the banner ads. He spied on he looked into the stats to see where all this traffic was coming from. It was coming from a YouTube video. He looks up the YouTube video. It's a video with 40 million views for a guitar lesson. And it was a guy playing a guitar. And in the description box, it said, "I learned how to play guitar from this site." It was going to my site. So this guy emailed my business partner, emailed the owner of the YouTube video and said, "Can I buy this YouTube video from you?" Because he wanted all of the traffic. He wanted control over it in case the link was changed or something. It was very valuable. So the owner replied back, "Yes, I'll do it for $1,000. And my friend was like, "Only $1,000? All right." He was like, "Here's my PayPal." And he's thinking, my business partner was thinking he's gonna get ripped off. So he sends him $1,000, and then the guy sends him the passwords and sells him the site. And my friend was like dumbfounded. He the whole time he's logging in to change the password and everything, he was like, and then of course the link so that he gets 100% of it. He's wondering what is wrong here, what's going on here, and he's thinking he must not be the owner, it must be someone else. And sure enough, that was the case. Some other guy was squatting on his YouTube video and said, "Hey, can you post my link?" And the dude was like, "Yeah, sure." You see what I'm saying? So a lot of people who own YouTube videos don't know about monetization, etc. You know, savvy business person, unethical, you be the judge. So after that, we built a list of 100,000 people interested in guitar lessons. It was doing like $800 a day or something, $1,000 a day just from that YouTube channel. At the end of the run, it was 90 million views on that YouTube channel. And then I did a launch, an internet launch, where my big mouth started talking about it in a sales video. When you do that in a sales video, you get a lot of views to the sales video, more than customers. Like an example would be like, one of my $1 million launches was about 1 million hits. Loose lips sink ships. Once you have an asset like that, don't tell anyone. You know, I was just trying to help people, but sometimes people can pull you down off of your pedestal or whatnot. It's all right, bounce back, you know. All right, so anyway, next up, same thing as the YouTube channels for sales, Facebook fan pages for sales, buying a website for sale, all right? So same thing, email them and say, "Hey man, would you be able to sell me your site?" Might be a lot, you know, if it's a good site, it might be a lot more. But on Flippa, try out flippa.com and you can see there's a lot of really cool websites on there. And the whole thing is like when I go on there, I'm really hungry, like if there's a list. Sometimes it's a great thing if it's not making any money, but the person still has a list and they just don't know how to monetize it. The same thing. It's like their loss, your gain, or something like that. Again, I don't mean to talk unethical or whatnot. Be ethical, but at the same time, they might just not have time for it. And then now you've got a list, okay? And so $500, you've got a list, all right? So the next thing is, this is the funniest story. I used to make money with Craigslist. I wouldn't say I make money with it anymore because it's a totally different business model, but back in the day, I'd go on there and I'd promote things in the gigs section, like computer gigs, or like the cars and trucks section. I'd promote a database on ClickBank, and that was a lot of fun way back in the day, 2005, when I had Beats 365. At one point, I was making more with Craigslist than I was with Beats 365. And the way to do that is there's just 10 major cities. You go on there every day and you post. You know, for nowadays, don't do the cars and trucks or the real estate. That's not a good, not a good show there. But computer gigs is still a great place for services. When I teach people how to build agencies, you know, and get a service up and running right away, so you're doing logo design or website design or whatnot, use the Craigslist computer gigs in the job section to sell your services, right? You're a lot more in control of it. You can have just freedom with it, for lack of a better word, more than you would if you sign up to Fiverr. And then you're at the mercy of Fiverr, the system, the machine of Fiverr. Sometimes you can make a lot more headway having more freedom, and it's kind of like the Wild West. Craigslist is like the Wild West. Fiverr is like, you know, I don't know, It's pretty good. I go on there and I hire like singers and stuff. All right, so last but not least, adult video sites. I don't really want to talk about this much for obvious reasons. I don't want to offend anyone, you know, but that's another industry all on its own, millions and millions and millions of views. Funniest thing was one time I was watching a movie, I just, you know, total transparency, and my business partner comes on at the end of the video. He didn't, and I told him, and he was like, what the hell? And some guy in Czechoslovakia took his sales video, put it at the end of a adult video, and was running the affiliate link. Funniest thing ever. It was like on every video on that site too. It was crazy. So yeah, that's the traffic thing. All right, let's do this. Remember the dating thing? I mean, that's a really great way to put it, but you got your website, okay? All right, hey, how you doing? You might not even have a video. You might just have, you know, this is about me and this is what I can offer you. Remember that long scroll, you know, it's like that. Buy it now, okay? Buy. It costs $9 or something. Boom. They go to a ClickBank order form because in your ClickBank account you said, hey, this is my sales page. And then there's a buy it now button. There's a link here in ClickBank. You make your buy it now button, go to that product, okay? Order form. Hey, it's $9. Order here, put in your information and stuff like that. Boom, they buy it, right? The customer then goes to a thank you page. Now this is funny because when I first started Beats 365, I knew that I wanted this and I didn't know what anything was called, but I knew I was like, I'm gonna show them a teaser or whatever of my beats and they can listen to it, and then they're gonna buy it, and then after they buy it, you know, because I knew if I said, all right, here's, buy it here, and then download it here on one page, it's like, oh, well, give me a donation. And some people have business models like that. But this is like how everything is in life, you know what I mean? So this is the thank you page. Now on the thank you page, and remember, the fact that people, you know how you can't get traffic, usually, you know, the newbies are like, I got my website, but how do I get traffic, right? It's like outer space. There's no roads in outer space. No one is going to be able to find your website unless you get traffic to it, right? Well, same thing for this. And that's why I tell people, don't procrastinate. Why is it 7 months and you haven't gotten your site up? And they're like, I haven't got my site up because I don't have Launch Creator, right? Look, I'll be honest with you guys. You can go to Google Sites. You could create a sales page and a thank you page. Connect to ClickBank. It's like that. I actually don't know if ClickBank would accept that, but you get my drift. In PayPal, it's the same thing. In PayPal, you can actually set all of this up. PayPal, there's a place inside your PayPal account. Create buttons, all right? Create payment buttons. And when you're creating a payment button, it says, all right, what's the product? And then it says, where do you want people to go after they buy it? And you just put in the URL of your page. Get the button, put it on your page, and then send people to the website. It gives them an option to buy it. They go through ClickBank, PayPal, Stripe, whatever, and then thank you page. This is where you like, thank you for buying. Here are your files. You're selling files for a living. It's a beautiful thing. All right? So I got a little ahead of myself. We'll go back into that detail a little bit, but yeah, so these are your payment process. You figure out where you're going to be processing. And then set all of that up. You know, if you're going to do a gigantic freaking launch, they're going to ask you questions about that. They're going to be like, how much volume are you going to do every month, etc. All these companies will be asking you that, okay? So yeah, at this point, you're getting ready to launch, right? You're building your freaking awesome thing. You're going to start to create. And remember, if you got the prototype from after manufacturing, or if this guy is finished, if your developer has finished your awesome super duper software that you're creating, you're gonna have you know, a video, you open up Camtasia and you take a video of your software working, you can start to prepare commercials, okay? It's the funnest part about this, is creating your commercials, creating your demos that you're going to use. You're going to start to do sales videos, okay? Now, aside from sales copy, with that launch that we did, there was the first one I ever did was there's the service launch. There was no sales copy. There was sales copy on the page that my partner had done, but there wasn't any sales copy in the video. It was just showing what our software could do. You've probably seen those types of videos, like for software or whatever, where there's a little corny music or whatever. And I hate to say it, I'm like a big metal guy, hip hop, techno, all that stuff. The numbers don't lie. I've split tested, and for some reason, when you're dealing with the general population, you need corny music, because that's why it's elevator music. I mean, it's another really corny thing about our society, but you start to create your video promotions now, okay? Start to come up with those, because, and at this point, you're like almost halfway done, right? Let's take another thought about, of course, because you're creating your website. Now, on the bottom, you've probably seen it said affiliates. I mean, this isn't the bottom, it would probably be down there, but you get the affiliates, contact, and login. So login, thank you page. Contact goes to a contact page. Hey, here's our email. And affiliates goes to a JV page. Now the JV page is like, even if you were selling coffee, okay? The JV page is like a corporate type of business to business page where it says, hey everyone, hey distributors, who you're talking to are business people, affiliates. So you're not going to say, hey, buy our coffee here. You're going to say, join our affiliate program and make commissions. You can make $10 every commission, you know, every time you sell something, you make $10. We're giving 50% away or something like that. I don't know if you give 50% away for coffee, but you get my drift. So these are the main pages that you have to start thinking about. And at this point, you really should do your JV page. If you're launching like a month from where you're building and you're finishing building, then this JV page is the first thing you start to think of, because you're going to want to let affiliates know ahead of time. And that's why one of the first things I ever do after I've come up with a brand name and everything, even if the product isn't done, I still do the JV page, because it's months in advance anyway, you know? So the JV page is really, really freaking important. Now, this is illustrating how to get up and running really fast. But as you guys know, that we usually do funnels. And so what a funnel is, and then I learned this is one of the first, well, this was something I learned like 3 years in, okay, to doing internet sales, right? A funnel is your sales page, and then there's actually someone tries to leave the page and says, oh wait, we have this special deal. A lot of the time I do a $1 trial or a free trial. Okay, this is $39.95 or something like that. Well, here's your exit script. Someone buys your $39.95, says, thank you for buying, and you might think this is a thank you page, but it's an upsell. It's one-time offer number one, okay? This one is $97. Okay, so you're leaving money on the table if you don't do this. A lot of the time I do have services that don't have this. And that is because people have bought into this $39.95 and, you know, collect them, you know, it's a list, you know, 100,000 people on your list, 100,000 people have bought this, and therefore you got all these people in here. And then you can sell them a service which just has a sales page, and then there's a thank you page. Hey, thanks, email us here and you will be receiving an email soon and we will start working together, etc. But so you got O201 and then OT02. Some people have like 10 of them or something. I usually do like, you know, and then after OT03 there's a downsell, which means a downsell is the same thing as this, but half the product. and you have to do that because of regulations. And this is downsell number one, downsell, you know, a lot of the time it'd be like a downsell would be between these. You know what I mean? Like, oh, you didn't like this for 97 bucks? Well, how about, you know, instead of 100 sites, we'll give you 50 sites for 47, okay? And sometimes people buy that. Yeah, that type of thing. And so you price your funnel out, you know, and of course draw it out so that you're not leaving money on the table, because let me tell you, once you implement this, and then you implement building a list, you'll be doing 10 times, 20 times as much as you were doing. You know, my first year, I just had one offer. And then I learned about OTOs, and then that's when I put in that $300 global license for Beats 365. And so it was like $29, and then $300. And so I'd get $29, $29, $300, $29, $29, $300 instead of just $29, $29, $29, $29. Okay? And so then after all these, like on your OTOs, you have a buy it now button at the bottom. And sometimes we'd put timers so that this button, all you'd see is the video, and it kind of forces people to watch the program, and then your conversion is higher and you make more money. But a few customers would be like, you know, that sucks or whatever. So it's a trade-off. You know, if you want really happy customers, don't put a timer, but you could put like a 2-minute timer or something. And customers a lot of the time don't mind a 2-minute timer or something. If you have a 10-minute timer or something, come on, that's not good. Underneath the button always you have no thanks, and you have to have this. You can't force people, because then you're gonna have unhappy customers. So you have a no thank you, and you've probably seen it before. No thank you, I'm fine with just the minimum thing and I don't care about my future and all this stuff. Yeah, you've probably seen that, right? So buy now button. Now if they buy this, if they bought this and they buy this OTO, then it should add this into their members area. You know, here, hey, welcome to the members area. Here's this, here's your videos, here's this, here's this, here's your ebook. Now, in Launch Creator, you might notice that, you know, if anyone has a membership to Launch Creator, there's locks. Okay, so if someone just buys the videos and one website, it would say, here, you have one website. Now, it has an option there that says upgrade now. Boom, okay? So someone could buy Launch Creator and be inside and want to upgrade or whatever. You know, they don't have enough stuff. They have that option to upgrade later on down the road. So, you know, admittedly, I have a developer because I don't do all of the programming stuff. But yeah, big money machine right there if you can pull this off, okay? Now with those smaller niche sites, you usually don't get too carried away. I mean, what is there to sell when you're doing like a Get Your Ex Back website or something, you know what I mean? But when it comes to big niches, there's a lot of things, like if you've probably seen, you know, in the supplements industry, a lot of the time people will purchase something like, oh, I got a couple bottles of Muscle Builder or whatever. And then here it's like, oh, buy 10 more bottles, okay, at a discounted price. This is your only chance to do that, right? And so that's the idea, and you've probably seen that a lot before. And then again, this information, what your developer will do is there's a MySQL database inside, and when someone orders it, it sends that through these, and then if they buy this, it adds that, and then here is the result. So you have the input, output, and then here it would unlock these features. So they would get extra features, like if there's webinar training, if there's, you know, etc. Okay? So again, you will notice it's pretty awesome. I mean, even for someone getting started who doesn't have all of that sophistication and the development and all that, you can still, I'll be honest with you, back in the day, I didn't know this stuff, but I did find out about one-time offers. I did it myself, where there was 2 different thank you pages or members areas. 2 different ones. Actually 3, because if they bought this, they get members area 1, the basic one. If they buy this and this, they get the second members area, right? So the more you do, the more members areas you have to do. And that's kind of like the solo, non-developer way of doing things. Okay, you would just make multiple thank you pages or clones or duplicates of your members area that have the extra stuff on them. Okay, so that's the easy way to do it. You could get up and running with your own funnel without anything. You could be living under a bridge somewhere, use an internet cafe and Google sites, and you could have your own funnel. I'll be honest with you. But the Google bots and crawlers and all that stuff I don't know about will find it eventually, so just check to make sure you're not ranking in the search engines. But yeah, you probably won't rank in the search, you know what I mean? Like, it's so funny how people say, I can't get traffic, but at the same time they find that, another thing that goes wrong is sometimes like, I'm in the search engines, how do I get out of there? You know what I mean? Like, everyone's like, how do I rank in the search engines? Just get a lot of traffic, you know what I mean? Like, I learned SEO, not from wanting to learn SEO, but from learning that I don't want to be there. I got in a divorce a couple years ago, and I noticed that my attorney she was a real mean attorney, and she had some really bad stuff got posted about how she, you could imagine, right? And they did the same thing. Her firm did all this other stuff on top of it and brought those bad things down, all right? True story. So you plan out your funnel, right? You got your sales page, you got your JV page, you got your exit script, and then you got your OTOs, right? You got your upsells, all that good stuff. Now, what are you going to put here and what are you going to put in the video? It's time for some copywriting. Okay, and we're going to talk all about copywriting now. Funnel. So you wrote out your funnel and you're starting to build it. Okay, so your copy. Okay. So, in chronological order, I should have put this up here, but attention, interest, desire, action, okay? Otherwise known as call to action, okay? So this is going in chronological order, all right? So, what I'm talking about is you're reading along. Obviously, the beginning of your copywriting, or your presentation, your script, whatever you want to call it, is attention-grabbing stuff goes right here. So this would be like 0 minutes, 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes, 5 minutes, 6 minutes, 7 minutes, 8 minutes, 9 minutes, 10 minutes. All right? That type of thing. Say it's freaking 4 hours, same thing, okay? And it's the same way as if you were going to sell someone in person, or pick up a chick, or a lot of engaging types of things, of getting things done, right? You're gonna always do it this way. You're not gonna just walk up to someone and say, hey, can you give me 20 bucks and I'll do this for you? I mean, maybe that might work, but online on your sales page, for instance, this is the way that we do it, and it's always done this way. Hey, do you want to this and that? You wouldn't believe it if I told you that you don't need this at all. You're grabbing their attention, okay? You don't say, hey, I'm Jamie Lewis, and I formulated this software that's really interesting. Whoa, you left out a lot of things, right? You left out the grabbing their attention, because when someone's coming, they're looking for something online and they click on the link and then they end up at the sales page, and then the first thing that they see, right? It's not, hey, I'm Jamie Lewis, or it's not, look, this comes with a money back guarantee. Those are all things for around here, the call to action, all right? The right things for here is, the benefits, right? Do you want to do this? Do you want to do that? Do you want to spend more time with the, you know, like that type of talk. And then the interest is like, look, I was down and out just like you. The desire is I get myself out of that problem. I created this system, etc. And you know, of course, always tell the truth, because you're going to have to back yourself up around this part right before the action, or you won't sell. And then in the members area, you're going to want to tell the truth too. It's going to have to be very transparent, the same way we talked about the table of contents and everything, because you want happy customers. If you don't have happy customers, you're going to get shut down by PayPal, Stripe, merchant accounts, and they'll shut you down if your chargeback rate goes above 1%. And what that means is 1 out of 100 people, if you get 100 customers and just one of them charges back, it's game over, you're gone. So say if you do 1,000 sales and you get 10 chargebacks, you're gone, they'll shut you down. You know what I mean? That's why, also why a lot of the myths out there in terms of, oh, that guy's a scammer, or that's, you know, he's doing something unethical or something. If he was doing something unethical or customers weren't happy with it in the end, he would be shut down immediately. Not from government or not from anything like that, but because there's 6-month time frame where a person can be unhappy with you and do that. And you're, to be honest with you, I know you're merchants out there. I know you guys are going to want to start your business. You can fight back, and if you did do something you know, really good for the customer and you fulfilled a service, you can fight that, but it still doesn't matter. You're still going to have a ding on your record. They don't care if you're winning all of them, they'll still shut you down. So you got to always make sure you're telling the truth and you're not over promising, under delivering, all that stuff. So back to the point at hand: attention, interest, desire, action. It's in chronological order. What that means is attention, you grab their attention. Interest, you're going to connect with them. You know, let them know that you know what they're going through and that they have a problem and that you're going to solve the problem. Then desire is showing them the product. This is where you first explain to them what the product is. This has to come before call to action. If you were to do attention, interest, action, they'd be like, well, wait, what am I buying? So that's why this always has to happen in order, okay, of your presentation. Same thing if you're going to pick up a chick, you know, in the park. You don't just walk up to them and say, hey, will you come home with me and be my girlfriend? You're going to say, hey, are you Sally? Is your name Sally? She's like, no. You say, is it Karen? No. Is it Lisa? Yes. How'd you know that? Well, I'm a psychic. Really? Well, wow. That's, yeah, no, I'm not really a psychic. I'm messing with you. Oh, you're so silly. Do. Hey, you want to maybe like give me your number or something like that? You get the drift, right? You don't just go up to, hey, will you give me your number, right? If a lot of people who don't have success leave this stuff out and they're way too impatient and they go right for that. So when you're writing your copy, think of it in those 4 quadrants, okay? So, you know, I give also to my copywriters who build sites for people, the reason why my clients get such good conversion rates is because I have not only AIDA in my templates for my copywriters, but it's more like hook, headline, and then it gives an example, and then how to XXXXXXX, how to do that without having to XXXXXXX. So this would be like painful thing, awesome thing, and then painful thing, okay? So I'd have this, and then it goes into summary. We are gonna learn how to do all this awesome stuff. Then it goes into some case studies. This is how it worked for this person, and this goes by really fast. Also in the video, you might see the first thing is a whole bunch of music for like 15 seconds and whole screenshots and showing it the same way a reality show shows the Kardashians going through a daily thing and shows the whole thing edited and all that. That all happens up there. Boom, 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 very exciting. This is what we're gonna be doing, the same way as if you were to go to a show or a movie or whatever. Then after that, it goes into the interest, which is like, hi, I'm so-and-so. And this is when the music stops and there's all this excitement and bells and whistles and fireworks and stuff. Then it gets kind of professional here, and it's like, so I was able to achieve this, right? And so it would say like, hi, in my templates that I use, hi, I was able to achieve this. And then further on down the road, boom, 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 right? Now it's desire. I came up with this amazing plan. Now, back to this interest, I had this problem, right? And then the desire is I came up with this solution. And then action, you talk about what I can do for you. And if you're in a webinar, you'd ask it as a question. Hey, would you guys like to see a package I put together for you? What I can do for you. Remember what we were talking about? Benefits, you got like the check mark, check mark, check mark, check mark. And then features, and it comes with this, check mark, check mark, check mark. And then here are my testimonials, all that stuff. And you know, this is kind of like, I should have done this more up there because I hadn't talked about that yet, but it's all in good order. And then here it'd be like, so look, price justification. Before you get into anything about like, hey, you know, this is how much it costs, and there's a 30-day money-back guarantee, and you're gonna get support, and a reminder of the testimonials, and a reminder of the benefits, and all of that, you're gonna say, look, this stuff, or like in a dating niche, like how to get your ex back. A therapist, or you know, how to get through a divorce. A therapist is $100 an hour. You're gonna spend freaking $2,000 a year when you could have this for the price, don't say the price yet, the price of a lobster dinner or something, right? And it comes risk-free because it's a digital product, and if it's on ClickBank, it comes with a 60-day money-back guarantee. And I think now ClickBank also does all sorts of other things. JVZoo does all sorts of other things too, like 30-day money-back guarantee or 15-day money-back guarantee. So risk-free, 30-day money-back guarantee. And here's some frequently asked questions, and that's at the end of a webinar. Usually you do FAQ, right? You can also do, be careful with this though, and I'll explain why. You can also do a comparison spreadsheet table type of thing where it shows I would just don't use anyone's trademark names. And that's how a couple companies got into trouble. And I'm glad they got into trouble too, because they had this business model where they would badmouth all the competitors, and they would teach their affiliates to badmouth their competitors. So don't use any brand names or trademarks, but you can have a table where it says, look, ours does this and this and this and this and this and this, and the competition, they only do this, and that guy only does that. You've probably seen those before. Those work really well too. So all of these things, it's kind of like leaving no stone unturned. It's a really great way to put your sales page together. Now in the video is just like this, where you're scrolling down, you're reading the page, but in your video, it's really like in your timeline on iMovie or Final Cut Pro or Camtasia, you're going this way. And you know, you drop your clip in and you drop your clip in, you're going along in chronological order, and then you press play with the space bar, and boom, 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 and it's going like that, and boom, someone buys it after 10 minutes, okay? So yeah, so you're gonna put together your page at this point. That's a pretty good, I could talk about copy for a long freaking time, because as you know, I'm creative and I'm become a very good copywriter. All I would say is that when it comes to copy, it's a lot different than what we're doing right now. This is something I have a lot of experience in and I'm real passionate about, so there's not much editing in this video. I'm just winging it, trying to help y'all out. But when it comes to your copy, every freaking word has to be perfected. You have to think about every word that you're saying. Every second of that matters. I've split tested 2 different versions of something, and one of them wasn't working in the split test. It's rotating the traffic that's going to the video evenly, and one of them wasn't working. I looked at it, there's just one tiny little minuscule mistake. No sales. It's amazing how it happens. People in your niche, you know, people are people, humans are humans, and we're all pretty much the same sometimes. That's what's the funny thing. And humans will watch your video or read your sales copy, and they all have the same reaction to stuff. It's very, very interesting, especially in your niche. If you're doing, you know, we all do that's why they call it verticals, right? In the dog training niche, they all have the same problem. In the get your ex back niche, they all have the same problem. In the make money online niche, they all have the same problem. And in the business to business niche, they all have the same problem, okay? So next up, headlines, for instance. I would say split test Schmidt-lest. Forget a split test. It's kind of like, reverse imagine yourself on the other side of the fence. First of all, start with what you were looking for. Like if you were someone who would want this, and if you didn't have what you have, then you would say, what do I want? And write down those ideas of what you would want. Now, of course, there's like rules, like you want to be a myth buster, you know, popular opinion, you want to crush the popular opinion, all that stuff. But it really comes down to what is a freaking amazing attention-grabbing headline. And from experience, whether you're writing swipes for your email list and sending them out, and it's going to be a subject line in people's emails, or if it's like the title of a video on YouTube, or if it's the headline on your copy. Again, I explained a little bit about the headline, but the main rule of thumb is to be shocking and also, you know, the negative, positive type of thing. Shock value like a mother, you know what, okay? Shock value. Like, so if I was actually gonna sell this presentation, I'd be like, think about the most wildest thing. Like if you've seen the newspaper, like if you ever read like New York Post or something, you've seen the headlines on there. There's a headline and then a sub-headline. So the big letters would be like, learn how to bank from this, and then something that's either funny, mind-blowingly impressive, humble is good, breaking stereotypes, you know, like for instance, I'll be honest with you guys, I wore this white shirt because I didn't want to be like too cocky or something, you know what I mean? That's very important. Just look like a normal, ordinary person. And then smart, okay? Use really good terminology. And you could get a lot of really good ideas from, you know, I would say the stuff that I do or stuff that other people do, or you can go on YouTube and you can look at headlines from YouTube videos that have done real well. And on websites, it really is how to awesome thing without having to something and something, okay? All right, so next up, we are going to talk about your presentation, okay? All right, so you've got your video sales letter, okay? VSL, and we talked a little bit about that. Then we've got your video ad. You've got your written ad. You've got your content that's released. That's what this video is, right? Released content. Now, I'm a big video guy. If you guys aren't video people, it's all good. You've got your webinar live. Then you've got your webinar, auto webinar. And you've got your live seminar, which is an in-person type of thing. And then you've got your tutorials. You've also got a JV video. Even if you're in the dog training niche or Get Your Ex Back or any of those examples I was talking about, you're still gonna have a JV video. And then you're gonna have maybe, I don't know, I do music videos, or you might have some comedy videos. And then you're gonna have some rebuttals. I do some propaganda stuff too, like rebuttal videos. And then you have update videos, like when I'm working really hard on a project and everyone thinks I disappeared, I'll just do a quick live or something. Update videos. Okay, so these are all video formats, you know. The VSL, of course, remember as we were talking about price point, you know, $10, $20, $50, $100. That's all like 10 minute, 20 minutes type of stuff. If the niche is bigger, like if it's weight loss or make money online or something like that, and it's really a lot bigger and there's more competition, that kind of makes your sales page longer or your video longer because you have more to prove, you have more to talk about. If it's a higher price point or something, then you get into more like webinar territory where you're gonna have to spend a lot more time explaining exactly why someone would want to invest in it. And then you're also going to, you know, like with a video ad, for instance, don't go too crazy with that. I have had a video, I did have an 1.5-hour video as a video ad one time. It was great, it got good results too. So it's kind of like you can go kind of crazy with it, but you've probably seen a lot of the videos out there. There's some like 5 minutes, 10 minutes or something. And then you've got released content like what I'm doing right now. And then this video, for instance, could act like as a lead generator and as a testimonial creator and killing multiple birds with one stone, right? Tutorials, of course, those should come natural if you're in a niche that you're passionate about. And then music videos, I use them for JV videos, actually. I mean, I have like a serious business JV video on my JV page for all my launches. But for music videos, for instance, those are kind of like to let affiliates know that it's a really serious thing. A lot of the time it's like it looks like I put a lot of effort into it or whatnot. And so therefore they're like, oh, this must be one of his big ones. You know what I mean? So those are all the different video formats. Very, very important stuff. Of course, there's different ways of doing it. Like for instance, you know, your tutorials might be PowerPoint where you write out kind of like, it's not like a book where you're just rambling, but it's kind of like just multiple bullet points that just go on for like an hour, where there's a headline and then elaborate on the headline. Headline or chapter, elaborate on the chapter. Chapter, elaborate on the chapter. And not too much because you're going to be speaking, reading along down the line. Like it would be, it would look like getting started. Then 2 sentences underneath here, right? And then you elaborate, and it's a lot more than what you're saying is elaborating. And you're like, all right, so this is bold, and then not bold, and then bold, and then not bold, okay? Next up, when you're creating an ebook, right? Or when you're creating like a membership, a lot of the time people, they don't just want videos, they want PDFs, all right? And that's what the format of an ebook is. Now, one way to create a PDF, an ebook, and this is the simple thing, and glad I'm explaining this because a lot of people don't know how easy it is. You write something on a text edit document or on a Microsoft Word document, and then you go to print, and then it gives you an option, print as a PDF, and it'll save it as a PDF, an ebook, right? And then boom, you've got your PDF. So on that PDF, like when you're creating it, you open up Microsoft Word and you drag and drop your diagrams you drew or whatever, explaining how to do carpentry or whatever, and then you export it as a PDF, and you list your PDFs in your members area or on Kindle or wherever you're going to sell them. You know what I mean? So PDFs come in really handy as an intellectual property that you can sell, okay? And sometimes I've seen people One of the most ridiculous things I ever saw was someone sold an ebook for $90,000 to multiple people, and they were buying it. I couldn't believe it. Could not believe it. So when it comes to filming, that is like, you know, at this point, like you know your formats now, you've written your copy now, and then now you're going to film, okay? Now you're going to film, and that way you're going to, number one, prepare the shoot, and then you're going to think about location. After location, you're going to think about lighting. If it's outside, you might want to look at the Weather Channel. You get the drift, right? Now you might also want to think about if you want to have notes, okay? Or you might want a teleprompter. Teleprompter is like teleprompter software on your laptop. You know what I mean? Also, do you want to do green screen, like where you can do it in the crappiest basement ever, and then you put something behind it? A lot of the time looks pretty corny though, unless it's, you know, sometimes I do a lot of comedy stuff too, and I use green screen or whatever. So you've written your copy, right? And you're using all these really awesome conversion tactics, and you got it in the right order, but it's like, how are you going to remember all of that when you're on camera? There's a few ways of doing that. Now, there's the first way, which is memorize the structure of it. And so especially like with my templates, as you notice, there's a lot of little sections within these sections, right? And so if you can remember like 8 or 9 sections or whatever, you could wing it after a little bit of practice. But I'm not saying you have to do that every time, and I'm not saying I do that every time either. When you are doing a VSL, a sales letter, it is really good idea to use a teleprompter, okay? That's a sales video when it's on your site. Right here, I'm not using anything at all, but sometimes you want to do like like there's this one video I did in Vegas, and underneath the camera, I had my partner hold up like one page that had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And I just elaborated on each of those points, and I'd look at it, and since it's under the camera, you couldn't tell I was reading it. You know what I mean? There's this other video I did where I was at the pond. I was like sitting on a box of cash, and I was talking about like this was just giant analogy, like turning ClickBank and JV Zoo into this you know, swamp and pond, and there's this other pond, and they're competitors, all that type of stuff. And that was teleprompter. And what I mean by that is the camera was on a tripod on top of a laptop, okay? And then there's teleprompter software. You drop your script into that teleprompter software, and it starts to scroll, right? And it's going like this. You know, it's going up, and you're just reading it, and you're reading it, and reading it, and reading it. You make it go real fast too. It's funny, like it's an art to itself, where if you're really good at it, you can sound like a genius, super genius or something. You know, I don't sound like that in real life. So there's this other video I did where it was tanked. I'd been drinking a lot, and I was in the middle of a nightclub in New Orleans, and I was in the middle of the dance floor, and it's really, really loud. And I was like, man, we're launching tomorrow, and I don't have a VSL for the upsell, number 1. So I was like, hey guys, I wanted to tell you about this really awesome special thing. I'm glad that you're in the program now, but I wanted to tell you. Now, the way I'm able to do that when I was a little inebriated, I hate to say it, right? I'm in the middle, you know, of celebrating and stuff. But I remembered this, AIDA, and it was basically like, hey guys, and when it's an upsell video, it's a lot different than a VSL. It's like, thank you for getting in, or congratulations. A lot of the time, you want to say congratulations and not thank you, because it's like, thank you for helping me out. No, you're helping yourself out, you know? So the way to do a video like that is just remember the structure of it, and not to say things out of order, right? So you know, you're like, hey guys, I want to, and don't, remember not to skip any really good points. So you can do that. You can have someone standing underneath with your lyrics, or your, you know, I do music videos a lot. And recently it's evolved to the most efficient thing. And I wish I knew this before, was if you're editing, if you're gonna edit it, if it's a music video, you don't need a boombox anymore or whatever. You just say your lines. You look at the paper and you say your lines because you're gonna edit it. That's a way to do it too, if you're going to edit it. If you're gonna wing it, teleprompter, or you're gonna have, if you don't have a teleprompter, the script is probably gonna be so long you can't hold up a piece of paper that's gonna have everything on there, and it's gonna look like you're reading it. That's really bad. So it's like you read the line, you look up, read the line, look up, and keep looking at the camera, right? So those are like some of the ideas, like, hey, you know, let's film something in Vegas. Let's be, you know, I'm gonna walk down the street in Vegas while I'm talking to people. Have just a little bit of a reminder. It's better than nothing, right? Because then you'd be like, man, I forgot what I was gonna say and all this and that. So at least have just one piece of paper. If someone's filming you, have them also hold up the piece of paper that has those little reminders, or those, you know, I'm not saying have a script because then you're gonna lose the lines or whatever, but it'd be bold and then space, bold and then space, bold and then space, so that you can remember it, all right? Next thing what I'm gonna do is we are gonna be getting into your launch, how to recruit affiliates, all of the business stuff. We're gonna almost done with all this creating stuff and all that, but before we get into that, I wanna talk a little bit about video editing. And the best thing to do would be, I have a few really cool video editing tutorials in Launch Creator, and then there's a couple other things for free you can check out on YouTube. But remember, my rule, self-education, you can type into YouTube how to edit video, you know, how to edit with iMovie, etc., and learn how to do that, okay? So, but here are the tricks. Everyone always asks me, they always say like, how on earth do you edit that fast? How do you, you're great at videos, etc. And depending on the format, there's gonna be a different type of editing technique, right? So here you got your bin. No matter if you're using iMovie or whatnot, come up here to your menu and you go File. And you import, and you're gonna have all your clips right here. And they're little file names. And then you're like, you're gonna drag and drop that into the timeline. Okay, your timeline looks like this. You drag and drop this, whether it's Camtasia or iMovie, and it's gonna look like that. There's your clip from start to finish, right? And then you drop another clip in there, start to finish, right? Now you can watch it and you press play, you know, the space bar, it starts to play. And then with your little, with the little arrows, you stop it and you go frame by frame, like, bup, right? So if you hear yourself mess up or something right about here, you go dit, and then you put an in point, and then you press space bar and it plays. And after the mess up, you put an out point. Then you go to your keyboard with, you know, right above where the arrows are, and you click on delete. That gets rid of that. Now you move this over to touch this. So now that's an edit. Okay, so that's one way of doing it. Like if you were gonna, you know, yeah, it's much different. Like, look, here's a music video, right? This is much different. You drop the audio of your song there. Now all these clips, you lock this. You lock this. So if you drop a clip on here, it's not gonna overwrite the audio. So now you drop a clip there, right? You drop a clip there, right? That type of thing. But what I usually do is I bring that into my viewer here, and then I play it in the viewer, and I put an in point and an out point. You know, here in the viewer, you're also going to see a timeline. You put the in point and out point, and then you have an in point out point here. Like, so if I say I make $1 million while I'm eating a burrito, so then you go up here, I make $1 million while I'm eating a burrito. Like you just film that up there. Boom, you drop it there. Now you got that over the audio. And that's all those music videos are, is they have a ton of little clips in different locations or whatever. The verse is right there. Here are the verses, right? And here's your hook, right? So it's all about like taking a file and dropping them on the timelines pretty much. After that's all done, you also have effects up here, and then you can drag the, you know, make this super bright or put some type of trippy effect or a strobe or something like that. There's all sorts of different formats to video making, like when, you know, I have like these, I always try to make fun of formats and do satires and stuff. And so I had this I've done videos, everything from making fun of cult leaders, acting like them while I was teaching something, so it was like this ridiculous controversy or something. Or like, I'll take the format of like a reality show and it'll be another niche, but in the, like, what if a cooking show was in the format of a game show? You know, so you take, like, look at other things online, or we're like, oh, this is a cartoon, or a game show, or a reality show, or a horror movie. You know what I mean? And take those and adopt those into your sales videos, your upsell videos, your JV videos, your update videos, your parody videos, your rebuttal videos, whatever it is. You know what I mean? So, of course, I did want to go over this because it could be a little daunting, but that's pretty much all it is. And then when you're done, you go up here to File, Export, and you export the whole thing that is now edited, okay? And then you can check out some of my editing skills. I'm pretty darn good at video editing. So, all right, let's get ready for business, all right? This is where we're going to talk about your promotions, your distribution, your ad content, announcements, JV. You're getting ready to launch, right? You're also going to get beta testers, you know, like, hey, have some of your friends or acquaintances or business partners or past customers test out your stuff and get testimonials, get beta testers, and make sure it's working and everyone likes it. It's something that's good, because the better it is, the better it'll sell. My best stuff is tons of value. Like with I Am With Jamie, it was $1 trial, and you're getting what other people sell for like $10,000. You're coming onto a webinar 8 times with me, and I'm in the questions box helping you out and stuff. That's why it did like $1.1 million or something, and people were paying $97 a month at one point. And there was like 1,000, you know, it was like in the webinars there was like 1,000 people. So you could see like it was 100,000 a month at one point, and it was $1 trial. There were upsells and everything, but for 7 days, $1 trial, you give an extra value. That's one of the secrets, but what we're talking about is getting that ready to go and making sure that it's freaking awesome, because the better it is, the better it's going to sell. Easier to sell something that is really good than something that's really bad, obviously. Some people are great at selling anything, right? I'm not a salesman. I just do really good stuff, you know what I mean? And you should think of it the same way, like put more time into it, that type of thing. All right, so let me make some room, all right? Because we're gonna be talking some very exciting stuff, and you guys know how to do copy now, so we can do this, all right? Very exciting, very exciting. We're talking about, hey, everything's done, so now we need JVs, right? You put your product in the members area, you got your VSLs, you got everything that's done, right? So now, with your JV page, they're gonna opt in. Hey, I'm launching a month from now. This is the date. You put the date, the time. If it's launching on ClickBank, JVZoo, or whatever, you might be launching a fitness training machine or something. Whatever it is. They opt in. Here, opt in to you know, you're not selling anything here, you're getting affiliates. Goes to a thank you page. You're going to need swipes, you're going to need bonuses, you're going to need all this stuff here, right? So get all that stuff together, your ad promotions, all right? And you're going to get distributors the same way that if you were a farmer, same thing with digital products, same thing with physical products, online sales, that's the name of the game. So your swipes are like example promotions for people. You're also going to have banners. You get some banners done at 99 Designs or whatever, right? 99 Design is freaking awesome for logos too, by the way. So you get all your ad content done, and then now you're going to schedule interviews. You might want to do interviews. You might also want to do like freaking announcements at Muncheye. JV Notify Pro. And then you're going to want to contact JV partners, and you should do that. I always said, like, the biggest launches are always the most annoying affiliate managers. So contact the biggest guys on the phone and make it personal. Okay, and recruit. It's time to recruit for your launch. Okay? And then you're going to do all of these. The best affiliates are the ones you did interviews with, or the ones that you helped them out and they were more passionate about their promotion. The affiliates that just send out, oh, I'm going to try it, they send out an email. It's not as good as the affiliates who get like the 10%, 20% conversion rates because they worked with you and you helped them and they understood the product and they were creative and they understood how to explain the product. And you also gave them bonuses, or you did an interview with them, etc. Those are always the best affiliates, okay? And then so it's time to launch, right? You've got, say for instance, you're launching on Monday, the 27th. I am actually launching on Monday the 27th, on Monday, 2 days from now, right? So Monday the 27th, and it's gonna go for 7 days. Day one, you start off with a bang. You could start off with a bang if you want, and all of the traffic that's coming into your sales page, you can start them off with a webinar. Boom, okay? So right now it's like a pre-launch period and people are coming to the website and everything. Affiliates are starting to drive traffic, or they're getting their links up, they're doing their reviews. All traffic that comes through the affiliate links to your site is going to end up in your autoresponder, right? And therefore, you schedule a webinar. Like, you can have a webinar registration as your front page before you launch. And so 1 hour before you launch, like say 9 o'clock or whatnot on Monday, you do a webinar and you convert everyone before that the site is launched, right? And then boom, you're on top of the marketplace. To get a $100,000 launch, $200,000 launch, $500,000 launch, $1 million launch, you need more, real good affiliates. You need webinars or whatnot, really thorough. Everything should be done beforehand. And then the better affiliates you get and the bigger affiliates you get and the bigger deals that you can do, the bigger launch you're going to have. Affiliates, to get affiliates, affiliates really care about a few different things. They care about if it's a really good product or not. Of course, they want the money, so money is very important. But also, what have you done for that affiliate first? Have you supported their launches? If you spend 3 months promoting everyone under the sun and then you have a good product and you have a really good funnel where they're going to make a lot of money from it, you're in the money, because they're, number one, going to be in debt to you, and then number two, they're going to really want to get into making really good commissions, and their customers really liking what you're doing. I've had launches before where I partnered with someone or something and it wasn't as good as other launches. Day one was stunk or something like that. And there was some issues that we encountered that we didn't anticipate, and that happens a lot, right? Like Crypto Prophecy was a lot like that. I was doing it with my wife, and it was like, I didn't anticipate like a lot of the challenges that I was confronted with. But it didn't matter, because day one, for the first few hours, nothing happened. But then, and this is on top of her doing a ton of interviews and proving herself that she knows what she's talking about. But what happened was interesting for this one, and it's always a different scenario. Someone who had seen her on a leaderboard started to promote, and then the guy whose leaderboard she was on started to promote and compete with that guy, and it ended up doing $150,000 that first week, and it was her first launch, right? So that's an example. Sometimes things can, like, you know, day one, if you do get just one guy, and that's what we had that first day, was we had just one guy. We were able to, on Facebook, you know, hey, oh my God, look at this, look at these numbers. And then you show your numbers, you show how well that's converting. You can still recruit day one, day two, day three. And then by the time the weekend comes along, it's just freaking nuts. You know, everyone's promoting it now because now you've come up the marketplace. So like by day 3 or day 4, you're like, oh my God, we're number 2 on ClickBank, that type of thing. Number 1, here we come. And then sure enough, we did hit number 1 on ClickBank for finance, business and finance. And remember, day 1, lackluster, right? Didn't matter because, and that's another thing is, like, if you got conversion problems, edit the video, okay? Keep working on it. Never give up on it. I've never given up on a launch. I've always made it better, always edited the video or recruited if the video is good and you got good numbers, well then, and your recruiting went sour and you don't have enough people promoting, well then recruit more with those numbers. If you don't have enough people promoting and your video stinks, edit the video and recruit people, all right? So, yeah, that's pretty much launches in a nutshell, yeah. I mean, well, there's a lot more to it, of course, but the fabulous thing about it is that it hits critical mass, kind of like a nuclear bomb, or, you know, and you're on the, you know, number 1 on the marketplace right away. It boosts you up, and then, you know, those launches where it's like a little slow, like by day 4 you haven't done those things and you haven't worked them out, then you're going to end up in a place where it's like, wow, we're at number 12 on the marketplace and no one has seen it. And then you don't get all the other guys, you know, so as you get like 1 or 2 or 3 powerful, you know, you did this, then that pushes you up to number 5 where everyone sees you, and then you get all of them too. So it's kind of like with that momentum comes more momentum. You know what I mean? Like only the rich get richer, or whatever you call it, you know? So you start, your launch pops off day 1, you start to send out leaderboards, or it's a good idea to send out a leaderboard no further than, like, you know, if you launch on Monday, then Tuesday, I mean, to be honest with you, you should send out something Monday, like 4 hours after you launch, no matter what. You'd be like, all right, guys, we kicked it off. Here it is, this and that. If you have no results to you know, if it's lackluster day 1 because people are waking up or something, then, you know, like, just send something out anyway. Leaderboard, though, you've got to let people, you got to let all the affiliates know who's where on the leaderboard. Like, so if some number 1 guy, number 1 affiliate is winning, and the number 2 affiliate, and, you know, you have prizes, like, so number 1 affiliate's in, you know, in the works for like $1,000 prize or whatever, or $2,000 prize, or sometimes, you know, you can even do services instead of prizes, right? You're gonna want to wait until you have 5 people at least. Never put out a top 3 leaderboard or something. That looks really small. So wait until it builds up. By day 3, even if it's a smaller launch, you're probably gonna have a top 5 leaderboard. And then by the end of the week, I hope, if you don't have a top 10 leaderboard, you haven't been to my class, you know what I mean? Like, we do top 30 leaderboards all the time. Like with Crypto Renegade, which was my wife's second launch, we did, that one was huge. Like, that one was interesting because everyone came out from everywhere. Like, everyone came out and supported it, but everyone just did a little bit because they loved what she was doing. You know, she's like a philanthropist and everyone loves her. But at the same time, they were like, I've never promoted a crypto launch and my list doesn't do crypto and don't really know what to say to my list, or, you know, it was that type of thing. So everyone had like 3 sales. There was like 100 people, but they all had like 3 sales by like day 2 or something, you know, or like 1 sale or something, you know? So these launches are different. Sometimes you have 3 guys who do 500 sales each. And then sometimes you've got 100 guys who do 3 sales each. So launches are different that way, you know? So, and it also depends on the price point and where you're launching it, how you're launching it, what it is, what the past has been, who your joint venture partners are that you're working with, etc. But you put out leaderboards every day, and you'd say, oh, this is who's winning. And you can see on my Facebook, facebook.com/JamieLewisMoney, you can see examples of all my launch updates. You know, I'm like pretty vocal about it. I do music videos, and I'll rap about like who's winning and who's beating who, you know, different people. And yeah, so yeah, that's pretty much that. So after everyone gets in, you want to do back-end monetization, all right? You finish up the launch, you're like, hey, there you go, you won, you're great. And all you other guys are great too. And now you got your customer service, you got to check in on them, make sure that your customer service people, or if you're doing it, you got to always be checking your email, making sure everybody can either log in, and some people, of course, want to take advantage of the money-back guarantee, etc. So you're doing that, but what's something else you should be doing is now back-end monetization. The first week after the launch is when you want to do a high-ticket webinar, or you want to offer your other services. I had it on that whiteboard, but you know, say for instance you have a service for $1,000. I have for the last 10 years, I have my website building service. And so I offer that to anyone who gets into my funnel at like $10, $20, $100, etc. Right? And same thing goes for like, you know, Get Your X Back. When I ran those sites, I had something called the Get Your X Back machine. This was a cool thing because you'd put in your information and then it would spit you out an actual, and this is true, give me a lie detector test, a real actual custom built scenario for the customer. So it's ask them questions, and I had a programmer give them certain answers depending on what they put into it. And that was $100. And it was cool too, because you'd fill it out, and then to get your results, you had to pay $100. It was a really cool thing. It was easy to do too. If any of you come up with an idea like that, sometimes I'd say that's like a software hybrid or something, where it's like a survey, and they fill out a survey, and to get their results for whatever they're looking to fix or the problem they're looking to fix, they go through ClickBank and then get their results. You know what I mean? Pretty cool. So yeah, so back-end monetization, offer your services immediately while your customers are fresh and feeling good about what they just purchased. And then you can get into like some phone support too, like, or some phone sales, etc. Except if you ever bought my stuff, you'll see I don't really do phone selling, but we do, for instance, like when I did my first launch and did that 1.2 million with it, we had a phone number on the top of the website, and we used a company called Sheaf Services, who they just help out, make sure that the customer is good and make sure that everything's really clean, so your merchant accounts are, you know, you have good rates and all that stuff. Okay. Now the next thing I want to talk about is when you get like a hater or bad reviews, or you know, like, and you start to freak out. Don't freak out. What I found is be very, like, for instance, on your page, like if you have a video or something, and that video is actually working good for you, but people are arguing, that's good. Like a 50-50 type of thing where people are for you and against you is good. Don't get in there. Don't make problems in there. On forums, for instance, you can go in there. I used to go into Warrior Forum, and I was very customer service like. I was like, can you please let me know, you know, what happened here? Like if someone was upset with something, I'd be like, oh, that's because you did this. So, and be careful the way you speak. Be a nice person. Be a professional person. You know what I mean? The reason I'm telling you this is because there's been some threads where people were, you know, one person poisons the well, right? And they'd be like, this is that and that. Same thing with if you have a forum inside your members area. You gotta always be watching that, because one person could go in there and say something that's not true about you, or, you know, false or whatnot. And then everyone's like, oh, really? And they'll follow that person because you're not there. They'll follow the leader. So if there's a customer in the, you know, in the thread and they're taking over it, then, and they're saying things wrong, then it's like you know, the sheep being herded by the sheep, you know, and off a cliff or something, you know what I mean? So you want to go in there and be professional and be like, well, that's not actually true. This is the way it goes. And then that mean person will kind of be like, oh, all right. And, you know, it's kind of like if we're all teaching, right? We're teachers, like with these digital products. And it's kind of like if the teacher's like, oh, I got to go take a dump, and leaves the classroom and has a kid teaching the class, you know, crazy stuff can happen, you know what I mean? So yeah, I would just say be cool, unless it's a competitor. Now, this is what happens when a competitor badmouths what I'm doing. I don't like that. I think that's like kind of a mean thing to do. So what I'll do is I'll dress up like that person, and if they're like English, British or something, I'll put on the British accent. And I will talk about what the competitor does, but I'll say it in, you know, so say the competitor is like, say they're like, Jamie showed this screenshot, but in the members area, he doesn't teach about that screenshot, right? So I'll look at what the competitor does, and I'll be like, and I'll look closely, and I'll be like, oh my God, he's selling, that's really unethical and stuff like that. So then I'll dress up like the guy in filming or whatever, and I'll be like, I like to sell I like to sell software that covertly downloads onto customers' computers and does that, you know, and kind of like that. So that when a competitor is messing with you, different story. But when your customers or fans are, you know, misunderstanding you or something like that, be professional about it and don't be a jerk, you know what I mean? Because that's going to come back to haunt you. That's obvious, you know what I mean? I do like to poke fun sometimes, like I'd be like the class clown or whatnot, but you know, when it comes, especially when a customer purchases something from you, no matter what, you have to be professional because of the situation. There's actual business being conducted through your merchant accounts and stuff, you know what I mean? But be careful, a lot of BS can happen. I mean, there's competitors who can rally people, you know, get a hold of all your customers using certain types of videos and be like, hey, if you've purchased this product or something. And so competitors can sometimes be a bit of the thing you have to go to war with or whatnot. But usually, like if you do a couple of them, you know, rebuttal videos or whatnot, then people can learn like, oh, all right, he has a point there. You know what I mean? So the next thing we're going to talk about is after you're done with your launch and everything, you have an option for an exit strategy. Now what this means is, it's kind of like that saying in Goodfellas. It's like, how's that go? When you light a match, you know? No, just kidding. But anyway, this is another word for this is flipping your website, all right? Flipping your business. So basically, however much money it makes, say it makes 10,000 bucks a month or something, this would be worth anywheres from 100,000, and that's what I would say is like, because it's 10 times, but you can go up to like 20 times, but you know, 100,000 to 200,000 or something. And then so you'd go to a site called Flippa, and you post it, and you explain that it makes 10,000 a month. Money's king, very easy to sell it. Okay, if it doesn't make money, then you're looking at $1,000, and that is at explaining the potential of what someone could do with your website or your domain name, etc. You know what I mean? I'm not going to go into a heck of a lot of domain stuff, because if you look up domain flipping on YouTube, you're going to see me all over the place. Domain flipping is my main thing. So I've really done that like way too much. But yeah, that's pretty much start to finish. You know what I mean? I mean, the other things we got to do is about, you know, paying taxes or whatnot. You know, you're probably going to want to pay taxes, but you know, when you get good reviews of your product and then you update your sales page with them. So right after the launch, you're gonna, you know, you can get in contact with your customers and get some really good feedback and testimonials. Update your sales page so you get even better conversions. You know what I mean? So, I mean, people ask me all the time, they're like, you know, hey, can you be my consultant? I need help, I want to call you. I don't talk on the phone. I consider that socialitis. There's no reason for that in online business. The one thing I would tell you right now as your consultant, and in the webinars, I tell my students the same thing. You know, I say, what are your questions? And a lot of the time it's like, I'm getting clicks, but I'm not converting. You got to think about, well, first, how many leads are you getting? Let's get an assessment on how bad your website stinks. Let's get an assessment on that. But at the same time, you know what? Think about it like when there's a brand new invention that comes out, there's like a 40% conversion rate. It's because it's awesome, right? And so think about it like that. Like, first of all, there's two possibilities. Your traffic source could be totally too untargeted. And then number two, your website sucks. So it's one or the other, or maybe sometimes both. Sometimes it's both. Someone will be running solo ads, which already you're at a disadvantage. You have to have follow-ups. Like a lot of the time when someone asks me a question like, what do I do? I have more questions for them. You know what I mean? It's like, and you should be able to think of those questions at first, you know, like yourself. You should be like, all right, well, you know, I'm not bringing the right traffic into it. Like you know, I have amazing websites that don't convert with solo traffic. I'm just like you know what I mean? And that's why, you know, the Harris from Traffic for Me, for instance, he'll tell you, he said, you know, have a squeeze page and just very simple, and then bringing in traffic and follow-ups, okay? So it's good, you know, you're gonna get leads, but it's not like quite like a, hey, you're gonna make a ton of sales right away, all right? So it really has to do, it's like a very individual thing. Like me talking to the camera, all you guys that are listening, you probably have all sorts of different types of problems, but the one thing that can kind of cover everything is just understanding it's either the traffic is bad or the website is bad, right? Or it's just the website's good, or it could be better, but it's just not the right fit for that traffic source, right? And it's not your fault, but let's make it look better. Let's look at it, and then I would ask you questions like, how many leads do you have coming in? What's the feedback? For instance, you can look at the amount of time that someone stays on your page, and then you can also take a look in the stats like, hey, what is going on with the, you know, when people are exiting or whatever, people opting in, etc. So, yeah, this is Jamie Lewis. Thank you very much. You're a good person, and I hope this helped you out. Remember for part 2, of course, we're going to be updating you. Make sure to check in on the channel, and in the description box below this, there's lots of cool things we could do together. You can come to one of my free trainings. Don't worry, there's no call to action or anything like that. You know, of course, a lot of people ask me, a little disclaimer, people ask me, they say, man, where can I get one of your custom websites, etc. I'll give you the link. You can check it out. But yeah, so that's what I'd say is, like, in the description box, check out more of what I'm doing, and check out launchcreator.com. That's my flagship. And if you'd like to come to a free training as well, it's launchcreator.com/training. And yeah, it's been fun hanging with you. Check out part 2. We're going to be elaborating on more of this depending on what I see in the comments, and if you guys would like any more elaboration or detail on any of these points, although we did go into some detail. Yeah. Any questions from you guys as well, my students here?
Straight killed it. Straight killed it.
You know, I did that for these guys too, because they're doing things online and stuff, and so you know, it's partly like all of this is like kind of like, you know, everything else you could self-educate yourself on. We went over every possible term, I think, unless I skipped over something, but I doubt it. And you know, make things happen. You know, whatever your dreams are, manifest it and kick some butt. So remember, from start to finish, from the vision, the energy distribution, to your business model assessment, to your brainstorming with the swipe file and the bullets and the formats and your brand name, pick your team, decide if you're going to do rev share, commission, build your funnel, recruit affiliates, do a contest, handle your customers, make sure your customers are happy, and then flip your site down the road. All right? That's right. This is Jamie Lewis, launchcreator.com. Check it out, guys. All right? So we'll see you soon. It's about to get dark. We'll see you for step 2. We'll be picking it up in a little bit. All right? That's right.